All right, everybody. This is Founder Laren with Fantasy Grounds Academy. I am here with a whole bunch of really cool people. They are the cartographers that are creating digital content such as maps and assets and all kinds of really cool artwork. Got an array of different mappers from all over the world. We are definitely men, women, people from Europe, people from the United States, Brazil. We got them all. So the first person up that we have in our presentation here, or for the conference, is Mikhail, and I'm going to introduce Mikhail. So Mikhail Mapp, how are you?
Hi, thank you. I'm good. And how are you?
I am good. I'm glad to have you here. This is a long time in the making. Like I said, we only do this every couple years. So I got the first slide up here, which shows, looks like a regional map. So I'm going to go through some of the questions and then start thinking about the map that we have showing, because I'm going to definitely be asking you about the details of that.
Okay.
So let's see. The questions that we have set up are basic 10. We don't have to go through all of them, but they will be helpful and kind of give an idea of what your process is and that sort of thing. So how did you get started, or what inspired you to start creating your own maps, and what was that like for you? I mean, how long ago, or what was your influences, that sort of thing?
I think this obsession, which it is, started when I read Lord of the Rings when I was around 10. It was a friend of mine, a classmate, who told me about the book, and I read it. And later, the same friend told me about this new role-playing game or a role-playing game, the first in Sweden. So I started when I was 10, I think.
Wow. Yeah. Leading into the next question, what sort of tools are you using to create your maps? Like, what's your favorite couple tools that you use all the time? What's your go-tos?
It's only Photoshop.
Okay.
That's the only thing.
How about some filters? Do you use any in particular that are constant, or something that you use all the time?
Yeah, I have a few to make perhaps a city look more. If it's a southern city, it's a little bit darker, and if it's I don't know the word, but or if it's in the north, I use something which looks a little bit colder.
Okay.
But yeah, you can turn them on and off, so it's not constant.
That's cool. So what type of like your process, like generally how long does it take you to get your concept to the end? Like, does it take you usually, I know it kind of depends, it's kind of a hard question to answer, but what, a couple weeks, a month? I mean, I know it depends on the project, but
yeah, it really depends. I mean, sometimes if you are obsessed enough, you can do it in a day, and it depends, of course, what type of map it is. But area map, those are tougher, so those takes like a week or two.
okay. What about your creative process, or like, do you just kind of just do it, or is it planned, or I mean, how does that usually come about for you? I know that I'm not talking about commissions. I mean more like things that you're making up yourself. Like stuff that's not necessarily based on anything that's out there.
Oh yeah. When I do close-up maps, like sceneries, I I like to make them pretty. Like you want to be there, you want to sit next to that river and have your camp there. I make it like I would want to see it, or if I come to an old ruin or something like that, you might make it so like I would like to see that ruin. So that's what I try to do, and it's just from the fantasy mostly.
Right, so you kind of using your imagination to fuel your creativity to create the content, which is really cool. The map that we have up here, what is the story behind this? This is the first map.
I don't see the map.
Oh,
but it's you said it was the area map.
Yeah, it has the Western Ocean and it looks like a Black Iron region and the Severnal town.
Hold on, Lyra, and I'll post it to the chat.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, if it is what I think you talk about, that's my first world, which I created when I was around 11 or 12.
Uh-huh.
So I have, of course, a lot of previous maps of that one, how they would look if a 11-year-old draw them. So it's basically the same area. So it has a lot of history. I basically know every path and village there,
That's cool. Kris and I had a conversation about this earlier, that a lot of the stuff that we're showing is kind of part of your soul. So when we talk about these maps, it's not just something you painted. I mean, these are things that are part of you, and we recognize that and appreciate you sharing this, because this is not everyone wants to show this stuff either. Like some want to keep it private, or like they just do the commercial stuff. But this is really cool. I like the idea.
Thanks.
You own this, and this is part of you. So, and that's important to the process. So that's really cool.
A lot of adventurers have traveled those routes and died there, and made themselves names there. So
I'd really like to explore that with some of you at some point, maybe in private. We'll talk about these places, because I don't think these things get out very much. I mean, they're in your head, and maybe a couple of players, but there's a lot of worlds out there, I think, that aren't being shared because it's just time and those sort of things. So it's pretty nice. I like the contrast and the greens. You did a really good job with the trees and the grass, and I definitely can see the mountains and the river. So that's really good. So I'm going to go to the next slide. This is showing a day and night map of a city, and then we also have some things about your projects that you're involved with, like Helmgast and Patreon and DM's Guild, and I think the Myths is, I don't know if you're still working on that or if that's still new, but I have the city map, the day and the night one up. So what's the story on those?
They are. It's a southern city, and it's a slavers city, basically. Or they have a lot of commercial. They are selling slaves in the docks on the island, and it's protected by a palisade, basically, and ravines with rivers. And that's also a type of city without the slaves, of course. But I would like to build for one of my characters, you have with the castle and the natural defenses and things like that. So.
I see. I appreciate that you have kind of took what we had asked, give us some early examples, give us some variety, and then at the end maybe we'll do something special project. So I appreciate that you've done that and with the information. So a question I had was, what are some of your technical or creative challenges that you encounter when you're designing your own maps? So do you have something that constantly comes up, or is it just time, or is it something like you get writer's block, or I don't know what you guys call it, map block, or but I'm sure it comes up.
Yeah, sometimes I can sit and create for days, and sometimes you kind of gets empty, or the imagination stops, or something like that, and you of course get bored on your own maps occasionally, and I jump between areas, continents, cities, because then it becomes a bit new again.
I see. So it's good to have a variety of things to work on, so you're not stuck doing the same thing month after month.
Yeah.
That's great. Or week after week. Okay. So yeah. So what? So in when you create content, let's just gear this more towards just overall. So like time, cost, inspiration, purpose. I mean, do any of these things ring with your process? Like, do any of these things affect your work, or is it about time, money, all of the above? These things are, I imagine, are a factor when you create content, especially if it's like I guess it would depend if it's commission or labor of love, or So, but what of any of those ring with a bell with you?
It's a big question, I guess.
Yeah, but, it is kind of.
I think it all affects in some way, but like I'm doing maps for a friend now. I'm doing them for free because his world is so wonderful. And he started out as a customer, and then eventually we talked more and more, and it's quite easy to do this in this kind of work, become friends with your customers. So he was sick for a while, and I kind of made, like, I don't know, 15 maps or something for him, and just gave them to him. And it didn't feel like he got a bit, felt a bit bad that he couldn't pay me, but I said that his world inspired me to do it. So I can be like that.
That's wonderful. Was there a point in your mapping career, or up to this point, that was pivotal? Like, did you go, oh yeah, I want to do this, or what was that moment like for you? Like, did you have a time where you said, you know what, I think I want to do this for a living, or I want to do this full time, or was there a moment when you said, I might be able to do this?
Yeah. Actually, about 2 years ago, I started out as a writer, and I wrote a few novels, and they had everyone who read them had thought they were really good. And this is what I'm saying now is really horrible for a Swede to say, because we can't brag about ourselves, So, but I noticed that these novels, you need to have money to make money on novels, because you need to go through this veil of, or wall of media. You understand what I mean?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So I sold really bad few books, but then there was someone who asked me if I could make a map. He saw one of my maps on Facebook, and so I made the map, and there was a few other people who asked me, and I thought, shit, on 3 maps I made more money in a couple of weeks than I did on on the books in 2 years. So
yeah, you bang for your buck. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. So and of course, in the beginning, the maps wasn't so. I think they are better now, but so I actually went back to a few customers and remade the maps
Nice.
afterward, because you want to be proud of your work, and if you looked at your old work, it looked like crap, and the new work looked good. So
yeah. Notice that on the next slide, you have a Forgotten Realms thing in here. It looks like the Sword Coast. See a close-up of the city. And then there's another one that has a bunch of islands. That is the Lochario de something. I can't read it, but...
yeah.
Yep. So I got a variety of your maps up here. There's 3 examples. And of course, I have the big Swedish flag here. So
okay. The time the Viking ruled the earth. Well, yeah, the Forgotten Realms maps I made the ordinary part of the continent and tried to sell them, and it was okay-ish.
Mm-hmm.
But I played in Forgotten Realms years back, but I really don't like it anymore because it's too much of everything.
Yeah.
But it was funny to make the maps because I played there when I was like 15, 16 or something like that. So it was like walking old roads.
Yeah, I hear you. That's wondering how that worked for you. So that's cool. So do you have any advice or anything that you would like to share with your peers or with anyone that's getting into this hobby?
Oh yeah, that's tough. Well, if you want to do that kind of maps, I would say practice. And I mean, it took many years to actually learn to master Photoshop. I think I wrote you.
Yeah, I saw that
because I thought about it, but then now I can't remember it.
It's
anymore.
okay. It's all right. But I understand that you probably have some pretty good advice out there, and it's based off your experiences that you've had. But it's kind of, some of these questions are kind of tough because it's kind of putting you on the spot. But really, these are more designed to just kind of facilitate advice and inspiration and those sort of things. So I think the art speaks for itself. I mean, we don't necessarily have to go through all that, but I think that one of the things I've noticed is the passion that you have for the maps, and I think that it shows in your art, and you have a knack for it, and I can see that your work is out there, and
Thanks.
you have your social media and those sort of things. So what would you like to tell us about, if there's anything you got in work right now? Do you have anything interesting that you can share with us that's not a NDA?
Right now I'm doing a lot of Gloranta maps, and also for Helmgast's Eon, or our world is called Mundana. So I'm right now I'm working to do these maps, and Gloranta is very interesting because I read a lot about that world, but I never actually played in it. So it's kind of really new, and I have to read a lot about it to try to get the maps right. And so it's nice because you get to learn a new world, so to speak.
And you're mapping it too, so you get you get to kind of add your own kind of twist to it, which is fun.
Exactly.
So we're getting close to the end of this part of the presentation. Where can we find your work? Like, what's the best place, or how do we get a hold of you, or do you? But I'm going to ask all of you, just let you know that if you have commissions open, it's fine if you don't. But I'm going to ask every one of you because I know some people are going to ask. So,
best way I think is Facebook and Messenger, or my homepage.
Okay.
That's, I think, the best way.
Okay, and the commissions?
The commissions, to get a commission?
Yep.
Yeah, it's best to contact me through Facebook. It's it's easy to chat in Messenger and things like that. So it's
okay. Hopefully you don't have a big backlog, because I'm sure that you'll get at least one person asking you for something. So you never know.
I hope so too.
I always ask to go into these artist things, and they're like, "Oh, I'm booked for a year." Okay, so just go to the next person.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah. So that's usually what I'll do is I'll hit people up, and generally they're pretty busy. Like they can't commit for at least for a few months. Okay. So I want to thank you for showing up and for being number one. You're kind of put on the spot. You're the first one in the list. So thank you very much. And I know it's getting late over in the other side of the pond, but again, I hope you can join us in 2 years, or if not, maybe someone you know. And we'll definitely get your links up, and when the video's posted, and we'll this will be in the archive, so you'll be able to go back and watch it. Even if you're not mapping anymore, you'll still have this memory. So,
okay. Thank you so much for doing this.
Yeah, no problem, man. This is a labor of love for sure. Okay. So take care, and again, everyone, this is Mikael from Mikael's Maps. He's from Sweden. He's got a passion for maps, and he's definitely a team player, and as far as the Mapper's Delight 3 goes. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And just introduce Kris from Game Tile Warehouse. He's going to present the next guest. So we have Robert Altbauer, known as Fantasy Map. Kris is going to take him through the questions, and I'm going to take a look at what everyone's doing and take a look at the Twitch and that sort of thing. So, Kris, just let me know when you need the slide moved, and I'll definitely move it for you.
Okay, man. Thanks very much.
Hello.
Hey, Robert. Welcome to Mapper's Delight 3.
Thank you very much. I hope you're fine.
I'm very good, thank you, mate. This is the first time I've seen your work, and it really is something else. Can you? I'm looking at it looks like a Middle Eastern Arabic map here, and can you tell all of us what the story is behind this map?
Yes, it's indeed some Middle East setting. I was a bit inspired by science fiction, a short story by Paul Anderson. I can't remember the title, but it was on a medieval planet where the culture was very religious, but the use of the circle was forbidden. And this map is basically the other way around. The circle is very holy, and the people of the realm of the empire use it for big things like cities.
It's absolutely beautiful, Robert. I've never really seen a map that looks quite like this. I used to read a lot of occult books, and I recognize a lot of the shapes and symbols and organization you've got here of the elements. One of the things about mapping that usually goes by the side is that it's not actually a lot of the time the terrain itself, which is the most interesting part, especially as someone that also makes maps, but the elements that the mapper uses. So, for instance, you have the circles down the bottom here, the quarters, and rather than actually write over the top of the map, you've designed this special diagram to help people understand the relational location of these cities. I mean, are these things that you developed over time when you wrote on top of the map and then you thought that doesn't look so good, I've kind of covered up the content? I mean, how do you choose the elements that you use to organize the information for the viewer?
Yeah, it depends on the map and if I do it for my own or if it is a commissioned map. And this was a personal map, and I had plenty of time to draw the elements and to think about it, what would look best. And if there's enough space on a map you can use, and which would otherwise be empty, then it's good to put information in that place that explains more of the map, or to give the viewer additional information.
So what's your process here? Did you build the city first, or did you map out the elements of the? I think there's a description there. Did you build the circles first and then detail them, or did you put the background and everything else in first?
Yes, the first step was to create a sketch, the basic draft of the map, and I created the buildings first, and the first version of the river. And from there, I built up the map to the next level. The next was coloring the buildings, and then coloring the background, putting on texture and all some other small details. And usually the last step when I'm creating maps is putting on additional information like the districts and quarters you have on the right side, and scale bar and compass is usually among the last things I do in a map.
How long did this take you?
I have no clue, but very long.
That's fair enough. What are you using to make these? Is this Photoshop?
I created the building shapes in Illustrator. That's quite unusual, as even for me. And then I exported the a PNG file into Photoshop, and there did the rest, because I think it's a little bit more user friendly to create maps than Illustrator. But of course, that depends again on the purpose of the map, or if you're doing maybe a more technical map from a starship, or if you're doing an overview map or a city map like here.
And so how long have you been using Photoshop? Did you find it an easy program to use?
I think it took us several months to master Photoshop, and even now there are sometimes functions I'm discovering which are new to me. And Illustrator I started using the same time around, and I think both programs are very good. They help each other. I started using Affinity Photo last year. It is also a very good program, but it lacks the user friendliness of Photoshop.
Do we want the next slide?
Yeah, sorry, Larry. I was trying to type. And yeah, can we go to the next slide? I was just curious, Robert, what is your inspiration for this theme? Does it come from your imagination, or do you read a lot of books about Arabia?
I really can't remember what was the background, but I like history a lot, and maybe I've read something about ancient Persia or something else, which brought me to the scene.
Okay, so this next map, the Kingdom of Titania, once again, I can see you've used these really nice elements. The circles and stuff that go around the islands and things, do they actually mean something to the map, or are they just there for decoration?
And those are more or less the decoration and the circles in the sea, and the small inlay images are more relevant for the map. They show either special places, or in this case, they have a meaning for the cultural background of the map. You can see a glowing orb, some kind of magic item, and in the lower left, that's a picture of a small caravan going through the desert in the lower left.
I like that touch. It's really nice. It sort of lets you be in the map and on top of it at the same time.
Yes, that's usually my idea behind those elements, those small illustrations and small images which you put on the map to give it a more flavor.
It really adds to it. What's the story behind this one? Is this a commission or is it for a company?
No, that the name Titania, it's actually in the Greek letter theta, because sometimes I give my brush sets Greek names to get some kind of order. So I have an alpha, beta, gamma, and this one was theta. Mainly the mountains, and usually I use a map to test new brushes, and that's the result here.
I can see a lot of texture in the background. There's some faint writing up in the top left-hand corner. You've got some guidelines. It's beautifully done. I really like it. I really like the highlights around the water and the islands as well. Like if you didn't have that there, it'd be quite hard to see them.
Yes, it's always a bit difficult how much detail or how much effect you put on a map, because you always want to have the information of the map be visible to the viewer. So sometimes too much decoration is too much, like fanciful images or other things can be distract the viewer, and it's hard to decide sometimes.
I completely agree. So if someone else out there making maps, how would they know when they've used far too many elements and made the map unreadable? Is there an easy way to do that?
That's hard to decide. I've discovered that sometimes, especially if you do commissioned work, people want to have more on the map and more, but that's usually then taking away the view from the really important things. I think if map becomes too how to describe it. Yeah, if you have ants running around, that's you cannot focus on one. It's similar for a map.
Absolutely. I think it's quite a hard balance to get all the information in there and frame it nicely and not let it be too much of an overload. But I think you've done a really good job there.
Thank you.
How did you get into mapping, Robert?
Yes, I already liked maps as a child, and my parents had a small pocket atlas, not bigger than a hand, and I used it quite often if I was boring. But the actual map making started nearly 11 years ago. I had an idea for an alternate history map because I really love science fiction and alternate history, and then I created this map about a different discovery of the new world, and this was actually the start of my map making career.
Which I can see from this slide has been fairly prolific. And what we're seeing here is not just the top-down atlas maps, but you've gone into isometric, you've gone into sci-fi, you've gone into almost a tarot style, you've got a stained glass window type map. I mean, are you just trying everything out, or are these specific requests from somebody?
No, the only commission on this slide is the city map on the right side, the isometric map. The other ones are personal projects. I had a lot of ring maps. Middle Earth is something I think many cartographers would like to do, are doing in their time. And the creepy area in the lower row was somewhat inspired by Wayne Barlow. Maybe you know him. He's creating very good, very impressive, very creepy images of demons, angels, like that. And this was a drawing of a demonic plane in that way. And yes, the stained glass map was an experiment.
Yeah, I wish there was a larger picture of that stained glass map. It's very interesting.
Yeah, that was about some kind of elven kingdom, subterranean elven city, and it was really cool because you can play with perspective or the distance by using different light or different shading.
Yeah, I can see the experimental process there. Did you get bored with just drawing top-down 2D maps? Is this why you've tried to branch out and make the paper do more than it's supposed to?
No, but I really like to try new things when it comes to maps. Therefore, I have things quite wide range of styles I can offer. I can create from top-down cities, isometric cities, to starships, galaxies, or regional maps.
What's the story behind this galaxy map on the bottom left? That looks amazing.
Yeah, this was really a more technical approach because I wanted to create a galaxy map and was looking for a tutorial. Finally, I found one, and this is the result. And to give it some kind of meaning, I created there a informational chart, more or less, galactic powers, which are trying to grab some kind of technical artifacts.
And what about the plane of corruption? It looks a lot to me like one of the planes of Avernus, or almost like a tarot card, like the Tower or something.
Yes, this is a demonic plane ruled by some very bad demon, and there you can see some relics of enemies and the souls of captured heroes, and yeah, the whole map should transport the meaning of it's bad and creepy and ugly guys.
Fair enough. What are you working on now?
Currently, I'm doing several game boards and game assets for GMT games. They are specializing in strategy and war games. It's currently work in process, but I'm doing three maps currently. One is about the conflict between Pope and Emperor in the Middle Ages in northern Italy. It's called Inferno. The second one is about the War of Roses in England. Plantagenet, the nice family which killed each other until they were gone. And the third one is about the conflict between the East Roman Empire and the Seljuk, and around the Battle of Manzikert.
That sounds like a pretty heavy project with a lot of diversity.
Yes, it is. It's not only the game boards, but also game assets like stickers and cards for the player, which you can use then during the game. And that's really a lot to do, but it's very interesting because it's not only mapping, but we are doing other stuff.
So what were you doing before you were mapping? You said 11 years ago you got into mapping?
Yes, I'm by my profession. I studied law, and I was a scientific employee, and mapping I started during my other work as a hobby, but now it's my main job.
Awesome, man. And you must really enjoy it. You've been doing it a long time.
Oh yes, I really enjoy it.
So if someone's looking for a commission, looking for your work, where's the best place to find it?
Best place is usually my website, because I have there links to all my other portfolios and my social media. But I'm also on DeviantArt, ArtStation, Instagram, Facebook.
Are there any maps you want to do you haven't done?
Good question. maybe that's in a very early stage. I was contacted by a big publisher last year. I will maybe doing a very big and famous role-playing setting later this year, but that doesn't depend on me, but on a publisher. But if it comes to life, this will be several very colorful, very detailed maps.
That's great.
That's awesome, man. I really appreciate you coming on the show. Thank you for sharing your maps with us. They're amazing. There's a lot of inspiration people can take from them for sure, especially experimentation. I mean, there's a very diverse range here, really pushing the boundaries of what a map can do and be.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to show my work and to explain my love. And I hope I can participate in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to you, Leyrun.
Yeah, that was great. As time goes on, I'm noticing that people are getting more comfortable. We got about 30 people in the stream right now. Wanted to let you know that the artists that we have in this particular event, we will have all that contact information for anyone watching. I saw that in a question in the Discord and also in the live chat. So we will provide those links. This video will be uploaded to YouTube with all the links and contact information. And also we're going to be giving out some prizes. So while I'm talking about prizes, one of the prizes that I guess it's a kind of a thing for Dungeon Fog is if you are a Dungeon Fog you get your subscriber or you're thinking about going up to their larger on-demand thing for a year or their subscription, they have a discount code for it's Mapper's Delight without the apostrophe. It's all one word. So if you want to use that as a discount code to upgrade or to get a new account with Dungeon Fog, they have given us a special discount code to be used, so you guys can use that. If you're watching this in the future, I don't know how long this discount code is going to go on, but if you're watching now live and you're eyeballing a solution for making maps, one of our sponsors, Dungeon Fog, has provided that for us, and there's some other prizes too. But yeah, so the code is Mapper's Delight. That's a plural, Mapper's Delight, no apostrophe, all one word. So that's just so you guys know that. And they have a couple other prizes that we'll give out later. But I want to get back to our presentation. So the next guest is let's see, who do we got next on the slide? Christian Zoick. Hi.
Hello. Thank you for organizing this.
No problem. I noticed that you have a very prolific mapping career in front of you. I see your work everywhere. I've seen it in Fantasy Grounds. I've seen it all over the place. Like it's on the DM's Guild. So your advertising efforts are good. We were talking a little bit before the show about getting your work out there, and I think you're doing a good job at it. But I will talk to you at some point about that in the future. But I think right now the market's kind of fickle. I think a lot of people are a little bit uncertain that if you a lot of people are kind of strapped for cash, so that could be part of the problem with getting patrons. But it affects all of us because I also have a patron and I've noticed the same thing. So
I see.
But I like I got your two maps up here. These are both, they feature watery type approach. Like there's a river, and then the other green one, is that like a slow moving, like swampy kind of river, or is it
Yep. It is a swamp. Yeah.
Okay. So what's your premise of getting into maps? Like, how did that happen, or what started that for you? Like, how did you get into this?
So, like at the end of 2019, I wanted to publish an adventure on DM's Guild. I wanted to try that out, When I got into maps after writing the adventure, I saw that commissioning something for me, who lives in Brazil, and Brazil has a very weak currency. Commissioning a map in dollars would be somewhat expensive for my first product. I was not sure about that. Someone recommended me to do it yourself. So this person was really kind and gave me some pointers on tools that I could use. And my first tool I used was Dungeon Painter Studio, but I used it for the first product and then I moved to other tools. Basically, the reason why I got into map making was because I needed to make a map. I needed maps for my product. So I kind of did them myself. And in March, I got a subscription for Incarnate for 1 month, and I did like 32 maps because it was so fun. So and from there it just, I put them on Pinterest and started promoting them on Discord and Twitter. And well, this led to my first commission, and one thing led to the other. Basically, that was the reason.
That's great. How long ago is this? Because I've seen you around for at least maybe 3 years at least.
Oh, actually, 2. I will be completing 2 years at the end of the month. So
Wow.
I'm at the imminence of my 2 years anniversary for this TTRPG business.
I would have never noted that. I would have assumed that you've been doing this for like at least 5 years. I mean, it doesn't look at all like you just started. So I haven't looked at the evolution of your work, so to speak, but it looks like you've been doing this for a while. So were you sketching before this, or drawing or anything like that?
Not specifically. When I was a child, I did used to draw, but I wasn't super great. And then when I was deciding my career, like I was around 12, I really liked to do blueprints. Like I almost got into architecture, but then I ended up getting into IT. But maybe so there could be something because my father used to paint. So maybe there is something very weak there, but I'm not an actual artist. Like I cannot do hand-drawn maps.
Well,
I
whatever you're
need to use
doing, it's
tools.
working. So, I mean, you have the eye for the, putting the right things together, and I think that's just as important as being able to sketch and draw, because you have to have that depth perception and the coloring and those sort of things. And I kind of do a little bit of that myself with like social media and making these little graphic things, but I don't draw anything either. But a question is like, how do you keep yourself like from over designing on a map? Because that's a common thing. That's coming from the Twitch.
I say so. I actually need to be very careful because I have put, you will see probably on the next slide, I have put a lot of products out. Not all of them I have written, some I did, but most of my products have lots of maps. And I probably published, I don't know, 400 maps and over nearly 2,000 versions. So I put a lot of maps out and I try to balance quality with time, meaning that I cannot spend 20 hours on a map.
Yeah.
Because this is like I work 20 hours a week on this, and I have a day job as well. So I cannot spend the whole my whole time of a week working on one map. So what I do is I start doing the map, I put in the details. I like detailed map, as you can see, and I try to see if there is enough. It's not too like it's looking enough details, but it's also not too many details. And then I decide to stop. I move to the next one because I need to be mindful of my time.
Yeah, that's important. I got the next slide up that shows some of your DM's Guild covers that you're involved with, and then of course I got the Sword Coast map up here. It looks like I won't say everyone, but it looks like a lot of people have tried to do the, okay, I'm going to try to do a WotC map or one of the maps that's from one of the bigger publishers. So, are there any other projects that you're really proud of that are not the big three, or because there's
Mhm.
Paizo, there's D&D, there's other publishers. But what are you most proud of for your work that you've put out?
Actually, I'm since I've been playing D&D for like 21 years, I guess 22 almost. It's really my favorite, and right now the only TTRPG I play. This map I didn't do it like because I like wanted. Someone commissioned me to do a destroyed version of the Sword Coast. It was my biggest commission so far, and then I figured, before I start destroying this map, let me first do the actual Sword Coast map, and then I'm gonna destroy it. Basically, that's how I did. And since I cannot sell this map, it's a published map from Sword Coast Adventurers Guide. It's available for free in my website and also on Patreon. But yeah, I haven't done a lot of maps that aren't related to wizards. I have done some commissions, personal settings, but they are like for our home games. I have done a similar map to this one, but for Salon, which is Dragonlance map.
Nice.
So in both maps, I did use some realistic assets from Maslow CG2A Patreon. He puts out realistic maps, kind of more satellite things. And then I decided to try out, and I really like his work. So really, most of my work has been related to wizards. However, I have been focusing since the last year a little bit more on OGL content. So meaning that I have been putting some products on Drive-Thru RPG as well.
Perfect. That's cool.
And
so
something.
Go ahead.
Just a comment. You mentioned about the evolution of my work. Just as curiosity, if you check one of the products, the encounters in Barovia on the right side, the black and the gray one,
Yeah.
Ravenloft. That one has my maps from November 2020, and then updated maps from I think July 2021, and you can see very clearly the evolution. I look at the old maps, I don't like them. At the moment I did. When I made them, I was proud of them, but then I had to update the product with my most recent work. So that product has 280 map versions, I think.
Oh my God.
It's a lot of maps.
Yeah, it is. So what's your go-to tools? Like, I don't think we talked about that really. I mean, you said you use assets, but I'm not sure what are you throwing them together with, or how are you doing that?
Nowadays, it's mostly Incarnate. I have used some Dungeon Draft. The walling system in Incarnate is still dungeons. It's a bit of a work because you cannot trace the walls. You have to place small portions of it. So, but it's been 95% of the time, even more Incarnate.
Okay.
I like the tool because it allows for all kinds of maps, and if you're really good with it, you can even do art. Some people they like do art with it because you can paint stuff there. There are filters, so I have tried to do some art. It's not the best, but it kind of work. I tried to make a Bora Bora landscape.
Incarnate's been out there for a while. And speaking of Incarnate, they have donated a year subscription. So when we give that prize out, we'll just have to get your email address, and they'll hook you up with a 1 year license or subscription. So that was really nice of them to do that. They didn't really have anyone to represent them, but obviously, Kristen, you're a good advocate for using the tool, obviously. So that kind of works out pretty good. I'm going to change the slide. So this is a frost-based map. I threw a little snow on there to kind of to embellish it a little bit.
Nice.
But so what was the story on this?
So when Incarnate released the orc map, orc assets, they usually what Incarnate does is when they release a new map pack, they throw out a contest, and then you have to make a map using those assets and post it on Reddit. And they select, I think, 5, and then they put it on their Discord server for people to vote on the best one. And then there is a prize, I don't know, which what is the prize because I never won, but this was my submission for the orc competition contest. And I saw a lot of people using the assets and they are actually reddish. I felt like, let me do something different. I'm gonna do an orc camp, but maybe based off an Arctic setting, Icewind Dale, for example. So there is a feature that's old by now, but at the beginning it wasn't there. You can change the hue. So I changed the hue for a blue color, and then I made this map, which I spent some hours, more than usual, but I think it was between 5 and 7. Wanted to make it very detailed, so you can see on the top side there is the bottom, because this is a mountain, right? And you can see the small river and some cliffs and a small pond and small trees, because this is like very high. This our camp is like in the mountains. So, and I try to also put an effort in shading, so you can see the shadows for the towers, for the cliffs as well. So it was more contest entry. I didn't win, but I ended up putting this map as pay what you want on Drive Through RPG.
That's great. I can see a career opening up for you in the future. What does your family think about this? I'm going to ask you a little personal question. So, outside of this hobby, like you got big fans here, but what about your family and your friends? What do they think about your hobby here?
When I started this 2 years ago, it was like, I'm gonna see where this takes me, and I would have never imagined that this would be the result. And my wife at the beginning, actually a while ago, I used to play a lot of video game, and she told me I should do something more useful. Then I started doing this stuff, and at the beginning she didn't take me seriously. She thought it was just more gaming.
Right.
But then actually some money started coming, and during the pandemic we switched from an apartment to a house, which was very important for us. We have a bit more freedom now, and expenses started to come because, well, it was not rented, we bought a house, so we had to spend some money, and the TTRPG money actually helped, and now she accepts it more, as long as I don't I don't exaggerate. Sometimes I work too much, then she complains, and it's understandable because I need to balance things a little bit more.
Yeah, I understand that. I kind of have that same problem here.
Yeah, so she's fine with it. She likes that I'm doing something more useful.
That's great.
Playing video games.
So other than the DMs Guild, some of the obvious places, where can we find your work, and what's your commission backlog like?
Did we lose later in?
I'm here.
Okay, cool. No, but
Yep.
that's pretty much it. So my daughter is too young to have an opinion, but she does like me making maps. When she sees me making maps, she wants to sit on my lap and help me.
So where can we find your work? I mean, obviously you're on the DMs Guild, and you've got quite a bit of stuff out there, but where else can we find your work? I mean, I see it's everywhere in a lot of the products that I consume, and furthermore, what's your commission backlog like?
So I have a lot of stuff on DMs Guild, like you said. My map packs, they have commercial license. So for those creators who want maps for their products at a very reasonable price, I have a lot of stock maps. I have a lot of dozens of maps, maybe 70 maps on also Drive Through RPG now, also with commercial license. The best place to find me is on my website, which has links to Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. I have now a Patreon as well, but I am not the cartographer of that Patreon. The main reason why I'm not doing maps for my Patreon is because I have a Kickstarter which I'm working on production on delivering, and I'm offering 64 maps. So I couldn't commit to do Patreon maps while I'm still working on Kickstarter maps. So I decided to bring someone in. Basically, I do the 5e stuff, and the cartographer does the maps.
Perfect.
I'm working with Jeremy from Mimic Maps, and his maps are awesome. That's why I brought him actually. So my website is the main place, and what I'm what I'm focusing a little bit more in terms of promotion recently is the Patreon,
Okay.
which is CZRPG.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, one of the reasons that I wanted to do this whole Mapper's Delight thing is to get you guys together, and you know, maybe in the future you guys will be working together at some point. You know, one of you might pair up with someone else. So that's good to have once in a while. I know that Anna and Alyssa probably have worked together before, and you get other mappers working together in bigger projects. So that's kind of one of the tertiary benefits of doing something like this, is kind of get you guys exposed to each other, and maybe some big project comes up and you want to, you know, bring someone in. So, hey, Brian, what's going
Thanks a
on?
lot.
Yeah. So appreciate your time. And do you have any other comments or anything you want to say before we go to the next photographer?
Just forgot to mention to answer. I right now I cannot take commissions because I'm still working on the Kickstarter. I have a few projects I need to wrap up, so probably for the first half of the year, I could be very tempted to do commissions because it's always nice. I can't just. I would overload myself and maybe burn out. So maybe on the second semester.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for.
And I don't have anything else. Thank you very much for having us here, and show a nice day.
Yeah, you too. This is great. So, Kris, I'm going to bring up the next slide. Are you about ready?
Yes, mate, I'm ready.
Okay, so we got Karu.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Karu, welcome to MD3. How are you doing?
Good.
I have a question. Midgardia, is that your last name or is that just your company name? Because it's a cool name.
That's my company name. Based off of Midgard, and way back before anything, it was the name of my homebrew world, and I kind of co-opted that because I already had the domain, and it just became the name of, you know, my Patreon and everything else I've done.
I love the logo too, the Midgardia with the Celtic M. That's really awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of, because I mean, Midgardia and Midgard itself was based off of a lot of, you know, Celtic and Norse mythology. So we wanted the logo to have something like a relationship to that.
Yeah, I see a lot of the D20 is used. I mean, it's pretty iconic when you're coming up with RPG, but it looks really nice. I really like it. Can you introduce yourselves to everyone here and just tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got into mapping?
Well, yeah. So I'm Karu. Used to go by Hikaru, but I started having issues with some people thinking I was possibly Japanese, so I switched it to Karu. And I've been in a lot of different things. I've pretty much been an artist for my whole career, and got into TTRPGs in something like 2018 more seriously, and started streaming my home game. And because we were streaming and we started without cams, maps were kind of important for the visual, and that's kind of my first foray into maps. And I realized that maps were actually something I could do and could sell, so that's how I ended up being a mapper.
Did you start with pen and paper or did you start straight from digital?
Digital, for the most part, yeah, because I was already a digital artist. I was doing character commissions, and before that, I even worked on a one of those digital pet collector sites. So I would be using doing digital art for that. So it was kind of natural for me to just go from that to making maps. I already had the tools. I already had the drawing tablet and all that.
Do you think a background in graphic design is important to being a cartographer?
I don't think it's 100% necessary, and especially now that there's so many mapping tools out there, it helps. It gives you a bit of spatial awareness and just designer background in general of any kind can help. that is what I had studied in college as well, so that kind of helped me out as well. I think having a good art eye helps more than necessarily having skills in drawing itself nowadays, since there's so many assets and so on. It certainly
I
helps
can
though, because you have a better idea of making a map look nice, but I don't think it's 100% necessary.
I can see strong composition in your map, definitely. What are you using to make these? I'm looking at the first slide.
Yeah, so the first slide is actually pretty good. The first one on the left was actually done in Photoshop, and that's where I started working. Unfortunately, the Photoshop I had was really old and it was not supported on Windows 10, so it kept crashing on me. And at the time, I had started hanging out with the Forgotten Adventures people because I was using their assets, and they kept suggesting Clip Studio Paint. So I eventually bought Clip Studio Paint and started getting into it, and I really liked it. It has a lot of tools that are really good for map making. So I wouldn't say I've mastered the tool, but I've gotten a lot better at it. And now I use that for everything I do. I uninstalled Photoshop pretty much and use just Clip Studio.
Yeah, I used to use Photoshop, and then it crashed, and I had to switch to GIMP. I've never heard of this one though. What's the learning curve like?
If you've worked with Photoshop and GIMP and other programs, I'd say it's not too hard to pick up. It's pretty similar. It has a lot of good tools for specifically mapping. For example, the walls on the second and third images there were made with basically vector brushes. So you can do things on maps that are easier to do in Clip Studio that are kind of, for example, like Dungeon Draft that has like the wall tools and such, but you have bigger controls because it's still an art program. So you have the advantages of an art program, but you also have those tools for quickly mapping out walls and textures and so on.
Have you tried other programs?
Not for map. Well, for mapping, I have tried, for example, like I said, Dungeon Draft, mainly because so many people like using assets for Dungeon Draft and making their own maps. So since I'm primarily an asset maker for publishing, I downloaded the program to play around and see how my assets worked on it. So I've definitely tried out Dungeon Draft. I've played around with a couple of other map making programs as well. In terms of art programs, I'd say Photoshop was the big one. I also used Paint Studio. Sorry, not Clip. Called. Wow, I haven't used it so long. Paint Tool Psi, which was what I used for art, character art. Problem with Paint Tool Psi is that is very much just for drawing. It doesn't have any tools that work for mapping at all. So wouldn't recommend that one for mapping.
So I'm curious, do you play RPG? And if you do you use your own maps?
Yes, that's actually how I got started, because I was running Dungeon of the Mad Mage as a stream, and Dungeon of the Mad Mage comes with pretty simple black and white maps. So I started making my own maps. Actually, the first map I did was mapped directly on Roll20, using Gabriel Picard's assets. And that took a while. I would not recommend it, but that's how I got started. And eventually, when I got to like the third level, the detail of the map was too much, and my players were complaining that the lag was unbearable. So I had to scrap that and start using maps that someone else had done, and they only had this first 6 floors, so that's how I got. I needed the 7th floor onwards. So now I've done all but 3 floors, and those were the maps on the first slide. All of those are Dungeon of the Mad Mage maps that I've made. Initially using other people's assets, and slowly I started switching to my own. And then when I had a better library of assets, I started making my own maps, which is what's the second slide is showing. But even then you can see like the second one there is my take on a cat cafe version of a very popular tavern in Waterdeep.
Yeah, actually looking at that one right now, and I really like looking through maps really closely and seeing the features that that mappers hide in their maps. Like on one of your maps, you've got a tipped over bottle, and you've got a chessboard, which brings it to life. But what I'm really curious about is the flat faced cat rugs. Like, what is that about?
That was actually my April Fool's map for last year, because I had been making that map for the Waterdeep Tavern that you get for when you play Dragon Heist. So I decided to make a version that was a cat cafe. So that actually it was interesting for me because I actually looked up blueprints of cat cafes, watched videos of cat cafes just to understand exactly how a cat cafe is designed, and then use that information to build a cat cafe using the layout of this place, because even in the module, the players get it basically in ruins and can do whatever they want when they refurnish it. And I figured a lot of people like cats. Making the tavern into a cat cafe works. So there's a lot of design information on that one that could get lost if you don't know how cat cafes work. But for example, there's double doors so that the cats don't run out the front door when new people come in. You have the kitchen separate from the area where people dine so that the cats don't get into the kitchen area. There's a back room where all of the kitty litter and their boxes are, and so on and so forth, but using the same layout of the tavern that everyone knows.
It's a really nice map. It's cute and it's creepy at the same time.
Yeah,
So
I
you bring
really
up
enjoyed making that rug. It was an interesting challenge too, because how do you make a rug top down and make sure it still looks like a rug, but also has that like it's a cat rug?
Oh, you nailed it. I knew what it was straight away. But I was, yeah, it's arresting. You know, it's one of those features where you're like, wait, did I just see that?
Yeah. I figured it was a good fun. I like doing fun things for April Fools. Everyone's trying to fool each other. I like doing funny things like that.
You also bring up a good point, Karu, which is doing research into the map you're about to make. You mentioned that you went and looked for cat
Mhm.
cafes. I mean, that's a dedicated thing. You know, not everyone's going to do that. They might use their imagination, but to actually go and look up cat cafes, I mean, that's awesome. I think a lot of people underestimate how much research goes into working out the elements of what we do.
Yeah, I think there's two different types of maps. There's the kind of like random generic maps like the forest map, where it's about a bit more aesthetics, what looks real but also usable for a map. Um, though I would say even looking at drone maps of actual forests helps, but in real life you go over a forest and it's very dense. There's not much to see, so you have to be a bit more creative. And then there's things like interiors where I think research helps a lot. If you're making a castle, going to look at actual castle blueprints, there's so many out there. um, Google is a powerful tool nowadays to find that kind of thing, or any kind of interior. There's blueprints for so many different places, mansions. You're making a house, you can go look at house blueprints, um, to give you a better idea of how things are structured and why, to build them.
That's a really good tip for anyone out there getting into map making is blueprints and house floor plans. I mean, as Karu says, they are in abundance. Do you do this for a living, Karu, or is this a side project?
Pretty much for a living. I also work for 2 Minute Tabletop as a PR person, so
Oh,
that
nice.
I supplement my income with that. But most of it is Patreon and the Roll20 marketplace.
How did you start working for 2 minute maps?
Um, I was already starting to map, and I was part of their community because I had made a couple of maps using their assets, and Ross reached out to me and asked me if I could help him with answering things on social media, handling mail, and so on. And I was like, yeah. I can help with that. A big thing for me was that at the time I was unemployed because I am disabled, so I can't really hold a work position.
Sure.
I tire easily, so I needed something that didn't require too much time and that could be flexible. And that worked out great for me because I basically have my own schedule and just keep up with answering his emails and replying to his fans. And it's a great community. I mean, I think me getting into mapping helped in that sense because I kind of like appeared there and he reached out and it was good and I've enjoyed working with him. I've learned from him and I think we've helped each other when it comes to mapping as well.
Absolutely. It's a mutual community. It's great that you got a leg up. That's awesome.
Yeah, the new slide shows a bit of other maps I've made, um, and a few of these are 100% unique to me. The Flagon and the Dragon is another one that I've made. It's based off of one of the locations in Skullport, which I designed the interior for. Because again, the module doesn't have much information about interiors, especially in Skullport. It just tells you, hey, this place is a tavern.
Yeah,
So
these are
based on the
beautiful.
shape, I made the interiors, and then the second one is based off the shape of Stonehill Inn, I think it's called, the one in Fandolin.
I know the
Um,
one.
and that one's interesting for two reasons. Because one, I made the shape on the outside, like the general shape, match the building that's on the Fandolin map, but the interior is based off of another franchise. Because I got into Genshin Impact last year, and there's
Right.
a tavern in Mondstadt that is really cute and you can enter it and look around. So I based the interior design on it, on that place of Genshin Impact. So um, you won't notice it unless you've actually played the game and gone to that tavern. But the design location, the way the steps are working, second floor was a bit renovated by me so that it worked as an inn. But it is based off of the visuals in the game.
Yeah, my stepson's right into Genshin Impact, and he actually got me to play it. And yeah, it is beautiful. I haven't been to the tavern. I just sort of ran around, and I was fascinated the fact you could climb everything. So
Yeah.
I was doing that. I didn't really get too far into it. Do you think there's a place in anime for RPG? Do you think there needs to be more anime? I mean, it's not something I see often. My stepson, he does anime drawings, and then one day it's like he got an RPG commission. He sort of fused the two. So, I
Hmm.
mean, it definitely works, but I guess
Yeah.
there's kind of like a vacuum of it.
I think there is overlap. I think a lot of people who are interested in anything fantasy related um, can be or is interested in anime and games of the same style. Uh, I've actually like I have spent hours in Genshin just being inspired by the locations, the assets that they use in game, and I've caught myself many times just doing top-down screenshots for inspiration for maps.
Yeah. I don't think anyone is guilty there. I can't play a game anymore without doing work. I'm studying how it
Yeah,
all
no, I do
works.
that all the time too. Every time I see something, I'm like, how could I use this to make maps?
Yeah, well, the games are awesome for that. It's like someone's done all the work. I think there was a ship in Skyrim, and I had to design a ship. I didn't know how ships really
Mhm.
thought go, and I thought, okay, I'll get into Skyrim, I'll get in the ship, and that helped heaps. Someone had already done
Yeah,
it for me.
it's a great way to get immersed in a location that you can't really go to in real life. You could play through so many games, and there's dungeons in games all the time. Maybe not for side scrollers, but honestly, I've seen some side scroller type maps that look pretty cool as well. Um, I think there's a lot of inspiration there and overlap. Even just anime itself, like watching different anime that is based off of, be it fantasy or sci-fi or something, and just looking at the locations that are included there helps a lot in terms of imagination.
Yeah, I draw inspiration from like everywhere, movies, books, videos, games. It just comes pouring in, There's so much out there, and it's just sometimes even I'm just surprised that still things take my breath away when I see how other people have dealt with depicting things.
Yeah, that actually reminds me because I saw a comment in the chat about the one on the right, the throne room. That one was also inspired by Genshin Impact. There is a location. I hesitate to talk too much about it because it's spoilery. But there's a
Oh yeah,
location in
fair
the
enough.
story. There's a location in the story that inspired that map. And when I got to that point in the story, and I was looking at this scene, even after the like story was ended and you were supposed to leave, I spent like an hour just looking at the details and getting immersed in the location. And I used that as a basis for that map. And that's probably one of my favorite maps in terms of the look and how it turned out. I still haven't done the second part. I want to make a destroyed version of it. Um, I
That would
didn't
be
have enough rubble assets that I was happy with, so I've been working on that recently. Once I have enough rubble assets, I'm going to go back and destroy that throne room.
I really like how the throne stairs they're rotated on an angle, so it's a diamond. I mean, that's not something you really see. It's really effective. I like that.
hmm
So you're making rubble. Are you making your own tokens as well?
Yeah, I have. I've been practicing tokens and styles. I just never. I can never get into like one style and stay on it long enough to make a good collection of tokens. Because I like the anime style. The art there on the Migardia little card there was done by me. That was the first player group that I had for my first game.
Yeah, I like to think of tokens as little maps. If you can make a map, you can make a token, right?
Yeah, I think I just go back and forth between, you have the portrait style, you have the isometric, or just mini style, kind of like what 2 Minute Tabletop has for their tokens. And then you have like the top down. I'm not too much of a fan of top down just because I feel like they blend too much into maps. And I
Yep.
like my tokens to be very visible for play. So I tend to either like the sticker type of side view / isometric view or portraits.
I can see your
Portraits are a bit
tokens.
easier to draw because then you only have to draw a face.
True, true. What are you working on now? You're working on something now?
I work parallel with a lot of things because I have a bit of ADHD.
Nice.
Working on level 6 of Dungeon of the Mad Mage, which is almost done for release. Once I'm finished with that, I have 2 more levels of that to finish off that project. I mentioned the Rubble. I just recently released the Rubble pack on Roll20, and now I've been working on. I'm planning to make a geomorph set for wilderness encounters. So it'll be a bunch of
Excellent.
forest maps that interconnect, so you can put them side by side and make a map as big as you want, with different elements on it.
Yeah, I know that format very well. And it sells very well. It's a very popular, even since they came out years and years ago in the black and white magazine, people still really love making their own design because every time you tell a story, you need a unique map, right?
Yeah, a lot of the projects I have on Roll20 are a mix of just plain assets to add to maps and tile sets. I made a whole set of, for example, tavern tiles so that you can build a tavern based off of the tiles. So you don't, it's kind of like halfway between a geomorph set and just a tile set. So I made different rooms, a room that's a kitchen, for example, a room with different types of seating arrangements and so on. So you can build different types of taverns just placing these tiles down. And my idea was to make them, they're 4x6. So eventually I want to do a Kickstarter where I have print versions of these. So you can have postcard size tiles to put on for plays in person. But since
That's
I got
great.
started in like 2019, most of my energy has gone into VTT work because that's where most of us have been playing recently.
Yeah, gee, that's not long ago. Come a long way in a very short amount of time.
Yeah.
So, are you doing commissions? Can people contact you to make a map, or are you too busy?
I wouldn't say I'm busy. Well, slightly. I'm just more less energy than more busy, but I am open to commissions. I honestly haven't taken any commissions yet. I've had a couple of collaboration work with people who do modules, but I haven't had any actual commission work yet. But yeah, if you're interested, you can reach out. Probably on Twitter. Twitter works best.
Awesome. Well, it was really good to speak with you, Karu. Really nice to see your work. Thank you very much for sharing it with everyone and being a part of Mappers Delight 3.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Right, great. That's awesome. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Okay, so up next we have Zovya.
Okay, Leroon, are you still in the house?
Yep, I'm here. And up next we have Zovya Maps. So Zovya, if you're around, hello.
Hello, how you doing?
Pretty
Nice to be
good.
back again.
Yeah, welcome back. I think you were part of our first one, or maybe the second one. I don't remember, but
Both.
both?
Yeah, both.
Wow, that's great. So you're a double alumni here.
That's right. I'm double dipping.
Yeah, that's great. So just as a fanboy, one of the several mappers that I really liked the most was Zovya Maps. It's one of the first cartographers that I had looked at when I started my journey in virtual tabletops. I found her through Digital Dungeon Masters streams, and I signed up right away for her patron. She does a pretty nice gig for if you sign up on her website. So yeah, this is obviously a labor of love. You've been doing this for what, 3, 4, 5 years maybe?
7 years.
7, yeah. So that's like 3, 4, 5, 7. Okay.
Yeah, when I first started on Patreon, I think the only other guy there was 2 Minutes Maps.
Yeah,
And,
it was.
Bison, I think. Yeah,
it wasn't too many people back then, and I have to say that still up there in my top 10 of favorites. You've actually been pretty kind to me. You've given me a little extra, just for familiarity's sake. But we go a long ways. We've known her for a little bit, and appreciate you coming here. So I'm going to go with some of the obvious questions for those who haven't met you or seen your artwork. So what was your starting point for this type of artwork?
Well, you had mentioned Digital Dave, and he and I were friends for a long time, way back.
Yep.
And we played a lot of games together, and to be missed, of course. But I've run a lot of games, and I play a lot of games as well. And it just got to the point where I got tired of maps not really having any detail, no ambience to it, no mood. So I just kind of started making my own. Just basically piecing together things that I found on the on the internet and putting them together. And it just kind of grew into making everything myself, and then just making my own maps and getting on Patreon and building a fan base.
Yeah, you've definitely got a style now that you've been around for a bit. So what I'm noticing in the last couple of years is your maps looked a lot flatter back then.
Right,
when like not as much 3-dimensional aspects to it. Now it's kind of grown into this like almost like a 2D kind of top-down isometric view almost of your work. Because I remember before it was a lot flatter, like it looked more like traditional virtual tabletop style maps. I think you kind of, you, Kris, and a few others have kind of got that market down where you've kind of nailed that process down. But I think I see you growing in the three-dimensional kind of aspect of mapping, and I'd like to know what kind of tools you're using nowadays to create your maps.
Well, yeah. It's something I've always been kind of obsessed with is the maps. They look too flat, and it's very difficult to communicate depth and height when you're looking at an orthographic view where there's no perception or no perspective, right? So it's something that I originally started trying to increase by casting long shadows. So that's where I got into dramatic lighting. Long shadows kind of indicated that something had more height to it, and things closer to the camera are brighter.
Yeah, I noticed
And then I
that.
just started making them in some special cases, not all. And I have a lot of examples here where things were actually created with a perspective camera.
Wow, I
And
noticed that you
the main
use distortion really well.
software that I use is Krita. Now, Krita is it's a very good free painting program. I know a lot of people use Photoshop, and I could rant about Photoshop all day. That program is not for artists. It's expensive. It's for people with a lot of money, and that's usually not artists.
Yeah, I hear you. I noticed that
Krita is free, and it's a very good painting program, especially if you like doing brushes, because there's a very advanced brush engine on it, and you can do most of the things you can do in Photoshop as well.
Nice. So what motivates you? I mean, obviously the games, but like what's your process for doing these? Are you just doing these creatively? Is there something out there that you've seen that's helping you along, or is just one of your friends saying, "Hey, it'd be cool if we had this," and you just kind of make it? Or
yeah, video games a lot, and also to just to kind of recap on the software used. And in some of the newer cases, I have been using Blender as well. Like you see these skeletons?
Yeah.
Because the skeleton had to be painted in 3 different views. You don't see the other, it's cut off. So what I did is I sculpted it in Blender first, and then arranged it in these 3 different views and painted over it. I made it a lot easier, for example.
Yeah, I was wondering what changed in your process, because I've noticed the last year or so that you've been doing more of this. Also, I noticed that you fade in and out the the vision of the from the top down. So as the object goes from top down closer to the floor, it becomes a little bit more distorted because you don't see as much of the detail because of the range.
Yeah.
It's still there, but it's a little bit fuzzier.
Yeah, and the area where the character has to move, that has to be very flat and orthographic, so it lines up with the grids and such.
Yep.
But it helps to give the player kind of an immersion about a little more about what's happening, how high things are, a little more grandeur about the room.
Yeah, I like the colors. I've seen you do like maps that are really colorful and light, but then there's a few here that are really dark, and
yeah.
That's not typically what you've done.
I do make yeah, that's true. And a lot of my maps, I do make a non-gore friendly, because not everyone wants to have this, if they've got kids playing or whatever.
Yeah, I like that. So.
But as far as motivation, I'm sorry, the motivation is well, a lot of it, or inspiration, is video games, movies, of course. Anytime I play a game, I'm constantly taking screenshots or looking at details on the floor or whatever, and I put them in a folder and I save them for later.
That's interesting. A few of you are doing that, capturing the ideas from different platforms and kind of porting it into your work. So, as far as work goes, like your workflow, like what is that like? Like, do you sketch something, or do you just like start playing around with assets, or I mean, how do you normally start your process?
Well, being a player and a GM as well, I kind of put myself into a room. Like I said before, a lot of times there's not much description about where you are, and I think the mood and the ambience of where your character is kind of gives more of a role play opportunity. So I kind of think about that when, and in fact, when I'm making the maps, I put tokens onto the map to kind of, judge scale and relationships. I want to make sure there's plenty of room for fighting, or if there's a big boss battle, I want to make sure there's plenty of items where players can use the environment to help them. I also like to make sure there's plenty of doors or hatches that might lead off to other areas, so the GM or the DM can link maps together as well. So I'll start sketching all that up first, and then kind of start playing with colors. But I usually have an idea in my head what I want it to look like, and then I just try to make it look as much like that vision in my head as I can.
I mean, it's phenomenal work. I mean, I don't see anything, anything bad or I don't know. I just can't find too many flaws. I mean, only thing I could say is that you've gone dark, and in some cases that's what you want, because that skeleton area and the gore and such, that should be dark. It would look weird if it was all lit up, unless it was from a spell or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I do go by suggestions, and a lot of people are saying, we need something a little grittier sometimes.
I agree.
So I tried to make some gritty maps as well.
Yeah, it's hard to get that balance between light and dark, because there's some artists I noticed that their work is kind of mono, or like one tone kind of look, kind of warm or very sharp. But when you can blend the two plus the lighting and the depth and everything, that takes some practice and time. And I think the tools that you guys have adapted to and are using is incredible, because I think half the tools that you guys have mentioned I've never heard of, and even if I had, I would have no idea how you actually adapted to using it. So I don't even think you guys are using the tools for what they were initially intended for. I think you guys have found a way to work through some of the limitations, or even the cost barrier of owning
top-down
stuff.
orthographic is a very kind of a niche style.
Yes.
So you have to kind of use what you can use.
That's right. I applaud you for doing that. So other than Patreon and your store, have you looked at any other venues for distributing your work? Have you got anything that you want to do, like maps that are something that you want to do but you've been putting off, or is anyone coming to you and asking you to do work for them? Or I'm surprised that you haven't been picked up by a gaming company. I was thinking about this like a few years ago, and I think I asked you before, and don't quote me on this, but I think you said you'd rather be independent at the time. This was, a few years ago. I don't remember the conversation totally, but
I don't want to be employed. And but I will be honest, I don't think a lot of mapping or game companies want this level of detail.
You're probably right.
I just I think they believe it'll be too expensive. I think they save most of their money for their splash images or their hero art and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things I tried to sell to them. I'm like, look, you've got this great epic art. How about having an epic map to go with it, instead of just like some lines or squares drawn on a map? That's you're cutting yourself short. I think you're cutting your player short. But I think they're just kind of going with whatever sells.
Yeah, and I think you're right. It's a budget thing too. They'll spend a lot of money on the character art, but not as much on the maps, or vice versa. Right. So, yeah, I get it.
But I'm not that expensive.
Yeah, I wouldn't think you were. I mean,
so if anyone wants to, don't be put off by that. I can work within a budget.
Yeah, I know you're fair. I've seen your work, and did you do the overlays for David when he was running games? Did you do the overlays?
For the
Twitch?
Recent. not in the most recent ones, but for many years, yeah, I did.
Okay, I thought that was your work because it's like this has Zovya's name on it, but it's not Zovya because I'm not used to seeing that. I'm used to seeing maps, but technically
right.
it is a map, right? You're basically laying out kind of a map.
Oh,
So
well, yeah, I do more than just maps. I do all sorts of art.
yeah, let's talk about that. So if I wanted to commission an overlay and I gave you the dimensions, you would do something like that, right? Or you could.
Oh, yeah. I could do overlays. I could even do your hero art or splash art,
Nice.
environmental. I'm even, well, as you can see, I've been getting into 3D art as well.
Yeah. So this is kind of what
I
I'm
do a
used
lot
to.
of things that aren't related to the RPG market too, as well.
Oh, that's cool. So this map, I just switched the slide over to the next examples. So these are the types of maps that I'm more used to seeing. Like these are some of your earlier ones, some of these.
Yeah, this is more traditional orthographic view type stuff.
Yeah, so these are ones that I remember, like at least the style, when I first got into virtual tabletop. They almost look like, they're probably not, but they almost look like they were from one of the programs that are out now, like the the ones that come with all the assets, like Dungeon Fog or one of the. But I don't think they are. You hand painted most of that, right?
Oh, yeah. I'm not familiar with those programs. It sounds like they'd be great, but yeah, I make all my stuff myself, from every little rock or block to a leaf to beds or walls, everything.
Wow, that it almost looks like though that you have your own asset packs in the wake. I know you've offered those a little bit in your Patreon. I've seen like you get like all the maps, you get recolors, you get ones that don't have furniture, and then some that do, and then you give the assets too. So it isn't like you just get the map or you just get the assets. You get both, and you get variations.
Oh yeah, that's right. I like to make the map, but then I like to come back and also make the map like 4 or 5 more times.
Right.
Different lighting, like day and night, because I like playing with the night views. So you can get those warm campfires and the glow of the candle lights and stuff like that. That's fun. It's not for everyone though, so I make it as an option.
Yeah.
And of course, like I said before, I'll do some maps that might be gory, but I'll have a non-gory version. And sometimes, like, I have maps that have portals or magic items on them, but I'll do a version that doesn't have that too, because not everyone wants a magical fantasy.
Right. That makes
So
sense.
have that option as well. And then, of course, just completely empty, and then you can decorate it yourself.
Right. That's a good feature. I know some artists offer that, some don't, but having those extra assets, like sometimes I'll like if when I'm using Fantasy Grounds, I might use like the base program and I'll create like with some tiles and such, and then I'll grab some assets like yours, for instance, and I'll put them in the map too, so I don't have to recreate them or don't have to figure it out. Kind of a no brainer for me. Oh, here's a whole furniture pack, or here's a whole excavation pack, and I don't even have to worry too much about scrounging together a bunch of random stuff. I can just grab a pack that I purchased, whether it be from the Roll20 store or from your site or from wherever, and even Fantasy Grounds has asset packs too. So I mean, there's so much out there, but I have to say, Zovya, that definitely in my top 10 for virtual tabletop. And I mean, I like all maps, to be honest. I mean, I wouldn't be doing this show if I didn't, but
Right.
some have their uses for me, and some are just good to look at, and some I want them in a story. Like I want to write a whole book just around the maps, like it.
Yeah, well, that's what I try to tell people sometimes. Like, if you're looking for a map for a story, it's easier to adjust your story around the map.
Yeah, I
And
love doing that too.
I try to make my maps like that. So you could take any map, and I'll put little things here and there to just kind of let the players discover them, and then the GM could say, yeah, that's something special, or he could just say, no, that's just nothing. But he can use that part of his story if he wants to.
So I think we nailed the the commission thing down. So you are somewhat open for commissions.
I'm very open.
Okay, great.
I do this for a living, and I'm always open to do commissions.
That's great. Do you have a backlog currently?
I don't right now, no.
Perfect.
Yeah, slow season, I guess.
Okay. So the Patreon is the best place to support you, but you also have your web store, your main website. So is there any other place to find you other than those? Like, do you have social media or anything outside of those
I
two?
do have a Twitter that I should post on more often. But Twitter is just so, it hurts me every time I get on there. It's so sad.
Yeah, I know.
It's a terrible place, but
It is.
I
It's
know
kind of rough.
I need to do more. Yeah, I need to do more social media, but it's difficult.
Well, I was mentioning TikTok because I think mostly TikTok is just people dancing around and doing silly things, but I think there's room for these still, like little video clips of your process, and having slides and stuff, and just kind of making a little 2-minute video, and maybe find some music that's not copyright, just really lightly in the background. I think it goes a long way to get your word out, and that goes for everybody here. If you guys are looking for another platform, I'm not a TikTok advocate. I personally didn't like it when I first started using it, but it definitely helps. So
yeah, I might try it out. I am working on making some stuff for some Kickstarter releases.
nice.
That's something I want to try out. Patreon's kind of rough.
Yeah, it is. It's up and down like a yo-yo.
It's my only income right now, so if anyone wants to get to my maps, there's plenty of backlog there if you just sign up. And you can see all the maps for free too if you want.
That's cool. Anything else you'd like to say or to add to the conversation before we go on to our next guest?
Let's see. Yeah, I believe that's about it.
Okay.
Oh, there's another slide.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Oh, yes.
Don't cut me short here.
I'm not doing that. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, this is your variety pack here. We need to look at this. So.
Oh, yeah. See, the lava, that's something I have recently got into. That was difficult to do. Oh, yeah. One of the questions you was asked someone else is if you have any kind of hang-ups.
Yeah.
Some things that kind of, that's difficult to get around. And for me, that's one of the things, water and lava. Or, and some other things.
Like
trying
liquid.
to render something to look both believable and that hand-painted style like I do in a top-down view is very difficult. Water is one of those things that I've experimented with different ways of doing water for so many years now, and I'm still not perfectly happy with it, but I'll keep working on it.
Yeah, that I noticed that you're not just doing fantasy. There, you have some other styles. So on the right, we have a couple examples of your forays into sci-fi and space. So that so you're not one-dimensional. You definitely have some variety, and I also like that you have kind of like a theme to some of your map sets. So like I like the Old Town one that you do that has all the different buildings.
All right, yeah.
So that's cool. I mean, that's fantasy, but it's still, it's got enough diversity there where you can actually build a whole city with it. And I don't think you're done with it. I think I've seen you do a couple. I mean, it's been a little while, but I mean, you were doing that for like almost a year, like just putting out Old Town buildings and
more additions to it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
you can put them all together. Yeah. I mentioned that I do multiple versions of a map, and I didn't think about this until I saw this slide. But one of the versions that I do is also a non-fantasy version.
That's right.
It might be a modern version or sci-fi or post-apocalyptic or something like that. So each of the maps would also have a a non-fantasy version of it as well.
That's cool because I don't think everyone can do that, and it's not easy to switch gears because the assets are a lot different.
It's really easy for me because I love sci-fi. I love it so much, but there's not as much market for it. It's mostly, fantasy in this sort of genre. So, I give people what they want, but it's fun for me to do the sci-fi stuff as well.
Well, in the community, we're trying to change that a little bit, one planet at a time. So, as time goes on, like we've grown a little bit in the different genres, like Starfinder and some of the other sci-fi things. We have done some really successful things with other groups. We're really happy with Traveler right now, and there's just a lot of room for that. So I wouldn't put sci-fi down entirely, but definitely.
Yeah, that's true. When Starfinder came out, I was really excited to see that because I was like, oh, finally, some mainstream sci-fi stuff.
Yep. All right. So, anything else you want to add in here? Because I noticed you got Patreon. You do a lot of Fantasy Grounds stuff. I mean, I've seen your stuff on the store. So, if you guys are Fantasy Grounds fans, she has stuff on that store. Do you do anything on Roll20 or the other virtual tabletops?
I do have a tile pack on Roll20. I'm going to add some more stuff here because I've started making some more tiles. Just kind of build your own map sort of thing. But I might put some of my old maps on there as well.
Might as well. I mean, you might as well capture what you can.
Yeah.
I mean, you're probably not going to be a millionaire, but you're definitely going to get some sales off of it. So that's cool.
I just need to pay the bills and eat.
I hear you. All right, so that's great.
I don't have a lot of aspirations.
Well, I'm really happy that you came back, and sorry I didn't mean to cut you off short. I forgot that I missed a slide there.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, so
I appreciate the running this.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's really rewarding to get to talk to all of you, and I like that most of you have been able to stick around, even though this is a really long thing. It's like over 4 hours, so or it can be up to 4 hours. So we're getting closer to. I mean, we're definitely at the halfway point or past that. So, Zovya, thank you for coming, and definitely want to talk to you later about working on some things for our friend Digital Dave, and we'll be doing more of that later on. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to working with you and talking to you about that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so next up is Anna Meyer. So, Kris, do you want to take this on?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Anna, welcome to Mappers to Light 3.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
So I would describe your maps as epic in scope and scale. Among all of the cartographers I know the work of, I would say that yours is probably the most interesting in terms of just how accurate and how large they are. And I think, I don't remember where, but I think I read somewhere that you both traveled the world and you were a pilot. Were you a pilot?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've been part of I've done some stints in aviation, both civilian and military. I was in the Swedish Air Force for a while, and I did some other military work, and I've flown gliders and been instructor on small planes and stuff like that too. So seeing the world from above has been part of my passion for as long as I've been playing games. And also I've seen all the others have mastered dungeon maps and stuff like that, and I realized that I know a hell of a lot about real world navigation and maps, and I know what the world looks like. So I kind of took that up on me as my kind of mission to visualize what the world looked like on a large scale, so to speak, for gaming setting worlds. And I specialized in Greyhawk. That was my game world that I ran my own games in.
Yeah, I want to come back to Greyhawk. Coming at maps from someone who's actually had experience flying over the planet. I mean, that's pretty rare. You would have flown small planes, right? And you've traveled the world.
Lots of different things over the years, but it's that seeing the world, meaning there was flying, hiking, and landscape photography. So I've been kind of fascinated by landscape and what the world looked like. And then that's why when I was gaming, I was like, what is the world look like where we in? So I wanted to give the DM the tool of visualizing the world for them, so to speak. That was the key.
I really love that. I mean, I'm a huge nature fan. What I do with maps is to try and bring some of the beauty to nature and life and share it with other people too. But the way I've just what does it feel like when you're up there looking down at the land? I mean, it must give you such an
Yeah,
interesting and unique perspective that a lot of cartographers wouldn't have.
yeah, it's amazing. I'm just blown away, just like going up on a mountaintop and seeing the world, so to speak. And I've always been so curious what's on the other side of that hill. And when you go up high enough, you can see over a lot of hills, and you get the mystery of the world, so to speak, and the sheer scale of things. I love that, and go up hiking on a mountain. I live in Southern California. We have a lot of really tall mountains and stuff, and I love to go out hiking up in them, bring my camera up and take pictures of the sunrise and stuff. And then imagine that this is some part of a fantasy world, and start thinking, okay, where in a certain fantasy world would this be, so to speak, and start thinking what could even the abyss or hell or whatever look like visually when you're there. So that's why I try to get into my map making.
Does your interest stop at a certain elevation above the world, or would you find interest in being an astronaut? Would you like to see the Earth from space and map
Oh, of
that?
course I would have. I've never reached higher than 60, 70,000 feet something, and that's been the highest. And that's high enough to see the stars midday and to see the curvature of the Earth, so to speak. But of course I would love to go be been an astronaut and go to other planets and stuff like that. That would be fantastic. But I have to do it in my imagination, and it's kind of, and now you have digital tools that you can recreate a lot what it would look like, so to speak. And I'm just amazed by the possibilities now.
Yeah, I think the tools are one thing, but the experience to bring it all together and actually speak from experience, I mean, that's incredible. And I can see why there's so few people doing what you do, because the way you do it is just phenomenal. It's 3D, and it's geologically, topologically accurate. I mean, the level of detail you put into your maps is just astonishing.
Well, yeah, and thank you. And but the thing is that you have to be smart and use the right tools, because a lot of this is like fractal recipes and stuff. So a lot of it is just random noise being introduced. And once you tweak that right, that mimics nature. So I don't have to sit and draw every mountain, every hill and stuff. I just kind of half of what I do, or one third of it, is like 3D programming. I have to kind of tweak the tools to give me the right raw materials out, and then it's Photoshop editing, texturing, and stuff like that, color tweaking and things, and then comes the and that's kind of pure artistic approach and workflow, and then comes the final bit when you put text and labels and symbols and stuff, and that's where more the graphic artistry come into it, and that's something I've tried to learn over the years and master that.
Yeah, I think if you didn't tell anyone that, they wouldn't know. I mean, it just looks so much like real landscape. It's really something. I
Thank
think
you.
one day it'd be really cool if we develop virtual technology. We were talking about that earlier in the chat, and you'd actually be able to walk on your maps. Like a lot of
Hmm.
people's maps are just flat 2D. They wouldn't be able to, be applied like that easily. But yours, you can actually walk on it.
Yep, my later versions, my earliest work was fake 3D, so to speak, but the tools weren't good enough. But today's tools, so the new generation of maps I'm doing are actual 3D. They have real 3D data, so they can be treated as real data in tools like Google Earth and stuff like that. So game engines and geographical information systems, so that they deliver real geographical data that can be used. So I'm now switching over fully to start using real cartography tools in for game settings.
Yeah, I think you're the closest it comes to actually being Google Earth.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about Greyhawk? How you got into Greyhawk? Why you've chosen it as your forte?
Yeah, it was simply I started gaming in 79, 80, so I'm kind of that first generation gamers, and I was dragged into it, and I didn't understand anything about fantasy or whatever. So, and we had a DM that ran kind of his own homebrew Tolkien world, but Midgard, and I didn't know, or Middle Earth, I didn't know about it. I'd never read the books or anything. And then when after a little while, like a couple of years in, I realized that I wanted to know where the magic came from. And then someone at the little game store that had opened in Gothenburg, they said, "Oh, we come a box here as a game setting." And I looked through it and was like, "Oh, this is where it comes from." So that's how I got into to playing in Greyhawk, and then it became my game world, so to speak, that I ran all my games in. And that's when I wanted to map it, and I just started doing it because I wanted to do game design and monster design and all that, but I realized that other people are much better at that than I am. So mapping large scale maps were where I could feel that that was my turf, so to speak, my forte, that I was really good at. So I started using my real world knowledge of landscapes and cartography and stuff into making maps for my games. And then the internet came around, and meaning this is I started mapping seriously in the mid 90s. And then the internet came around and people started looking, and all of a sudden I kind of had a lot of requests, but I was busy. It was just a hobby. And then I moved to California 10 years ago, and I realized I needed something to do. So I finished my Greyhawk map and started doing it full time, and that's what I've been doing now for 10 years.
See, that's a really powerful combo. Again, like not only have you flown above the world and seen the planet as it is and can replicate it, you have the skill set, but you're also a DM. I mean,
Yeah.
that is such a rare combination, and it really shows in your work the power of that combination and the rarity. I mean, it's awesome. I really love this map. What is this Cobalt Press map we're looking at now? Can you talk
Yeah,
a little
that's
bit about that?
the world of Midgard for Cobalt Press. So I've been working with Cobalt Press for like 8 years now, and done a series of big projects and to map the world of Midgard for Cobalt Press. And there is more to come. I think we're gearing up for future projects too. So that's been an ongoing. Every other year or two, I've done a piece of Midgard or updated the older work and stuff. So that's an ongoing thing with most maps. You come back to them. My Greyhawk map, I've come back to every year and done a new edition for almost 10 years now.
Wow.
So to make them better, and that's the thing. It's a living, breathing thing. For my own version of my Greyhawk map, I update every game session basically, or every time I plan. So that's why I've never really got into printed maps, because to me it's a living thing. I changed it constantly. So it's a thing to update. But yeah, but it's been an honor and a lot of fun to map Midgard for Cobalt Press.
These are huge in scale. How many maps make up this Greyhawk continent?
Well, the Greyhawk Continent, if we're talking in computer terms, the map currently is about 40,000 by 30,000 pixels, and it clocks in at about 10 gigabytes in size. Then the terrain file only, when I'm working in it in Photoshop, is about 80 gigabytes in size. And then I shrink it down, compress it, and put it in Illustrator to put the text and stuff. And there's thousands of labels. I think there's like 45,000 objects or something like that in Illustrator on top of it. And
Oh, your
so
poor computer.
Oh yes, I have to build it's almost 5 years old, but I build I'm going to buy a new one this fall. I'm hoping. So they usually I build the best that money can buy. So usually about $5,000 or $6,000 for a graphic computer. I have two of them actually. One that I do 3D renders in the background, and then one I'm working on.
Yeah, I can't see any normal brick doing this kind of work. Do you know these?
Yeah? Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
Do you know these maps? I mean, you spend so much time in mapping Greyhawk. Do you know these places like the back of your hand?
Well, that's what most people don't realize, that research, when you, especially when I map like something out of passion, like I do in Greyhawk at that level, research is half the time. And sometimes even more than half the time is spent on research. Meaning I need to read, I assemble all the knowledge, and I can get, and now think the last some years I've had left half decade, I've had so much help for the Greyhawk community, a lot of people that wrote the stuff and so on. They criticizing it, and they are my quality control and assurance. They send me things that I should look into, things that are misspelled, things that are missing in the wrong place and stuff. So that's why I constantly tweak and update it to make the map better and more accurate and inclusive, and put stuff in there. And there's new being fan creation stuff, so I add that on the map as well. But when it comes to commission maps, like for Kobo Press, then it's up to what I keep for. I'm kind of a difficult cartographer to work with, because I ask tons of questions and send them sketches, and then I keep asking questions and questions and questions.
That's a good thing.
What does that look like, and what's the climate there, and do they have agriculture, and are there demon infestation and whatever. So it's a lot of gathering information is half the work. And that's often, I think, the tricky bit. I've had several commissions that fallen short simply because they can't provide all the information. So some of it is time-wise is the most difficult thing, because most my projects usually run 6 months to a year and longer. And my Greyhawk map, I've worked all in all probably about 8 years full time to do that map. And it's ongoing. So it's basically I work half time, part time doing Greyhawk constantly. So it's an ongoing thing, thanks to my patron who pays me to do it. Yeah.
Thanks to your patrons. I think you're absolutely right. I was speaking to a previous mapper about the amount of research that goes into things. Do you find that having an entire Greyhawk community give you advice is a lot of pressure?
In the beginning, I saw it as pressure. Now I just see it as a resource, and you can actually, I even deviously use even my critics, and I've had people who meaning in the beginning, what I did was that I asked first, like, oh, I'm going to map this area. Do you have what should be on the map, and advice and stuff? I barely heard anything, and then I worked like 6 months, and I put that map out there, and people criticized the hell out of it, and I was like, maybe I can use this to my advantage. What I did was that I did some haphazard, not well researched, and put it out there. People criticized it. And then I took the critique and used it as research material. It was awesome. It works. And then when I told them that, they stopped criticizing, and that was the bad thing. I shouldn't have told them that. So you can use your worst critics as your best asset. And they work for free too, so it's a good advice. So critique is good, both constructive, but even bad critique are good, so to speak, because they, even the ones that don't like your work and tell you that, they are studying it. So listen to it, but don't take it to heart. That's the hard bit, so to speak. So have an inner vision and be true to it, but listen to people, what people want. And especially if you serve a community like I do with my Greyhawk maps or my Midgard maps, but especially Greyhawk map, because it's done out of my passion. There's no publisher telling me what fonts to use and sizes. It's up to me. But then it's very important that I listen to the community and feedback, and over time adjust it to what the community wants and needs.
Yeah, it's a really good attitude. I think that's the spirit, is you got to take coal and turn it into gold any way you
Yeah.
can.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have any time to actually play your games, or,
Yes,
be
I do.
DM?
I run a campaign now usually every week or every 2 weeks. I run an online, well, all the games are online, been for the past couple of years. And then I get a chance to game like once or twice a week. And one of the good things is that when I'm playing in games, I can usually doodle in Photoshop and do stuff like that while I'm gaming. So, and it also helps me to understand the use of maps and to simply hone it to be a better product, so to speak, because that's the idea here. These maps are supposed to be inspiration and guidelines and help DMs and players in making their games better. That's the reason to do this. Well, I love to doodle and stuff, but the product also needs to be as useful as possible.
Yeah, I mean these are enormous maps in scale and scope and detail, and obviously it kind of seems effortless. But I am curious, what do you find difficult about what you do?
Well, the first, since especially the overland large maps that I do in using real 3D tools, is that the tools are mainly geared to do graphics for computer games, landscapes for computer games, and the computer games. The video game industry, they take cutting so many corners that you can't really do large scale. So, like someone said earlier, you kind of you have to make the tools do things it was not intended to do, and that's been my problem all along. Now thankfully I'm in touch with the makers of a couple of these tools, and that gives me a chance to give them feedback. And video games are now also including bigger and bigger areas, so it's starting to merge. So now the tools are really coming of age. It's possible to make large area terrain that looks gorgeous and is in full detail. And so now I'm really gorging in it, so to speak, and I'm starting to make landscapes that are big vistas with all the features of it, even small trees and stuff like that. In real scales, you can import them into game engines or map tools and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think somewhere I heard you talk about wanting to get into GIS. I don't
Oh
know what
yeah.
that is.
Mhm.
Can you explain what that is?
That is the geographical information systems, and that's basically a kind of an overall tool, name for all the tools that real world cartographers use to create maps digitally and present them in. So it's basically just a bunch of data formats and standards that you can use for things like elevation data, textures, map symbols, and scales and projections and stuff like that. So if you want to take geographical data and present them in some way, shape, or form, you create the data, so to speak, and that could be very kind of boring, like you put things from an Excel spreadsheet with how much the orc population or where dragon layers are located. But it can also be like texture and artistic things. And then when you have that data, so each project is basically a database, and then you can present it in, and that's the cool part, is you can, if you want to have like a sterile looking map that just have what they call a spread map or a heat map with how evil an area is or how many orcs are there in an area, you can get that. But if you want a parchment looking map with old scribbly text on it and stuff, you can take the same data and restyle it. You can make versions for the web with layers on it, or you can make PDFs, or you can make something for print using the same data. So maps becomes easier to tweak and change, and also you can also you can import data in the next project and build on it, so to speak, and you can change scale, projection, and stuff like that on the fly. So the all the data becomes much more useful, and so that's
Yeah,
the beauty of GIS.
that's amazing. I appreciate the explanation, Anna. Do
Thank
you
you.
think, with all of these rise in technologies, that procedural generation, GIS, represents a challenge for what you do? Do you think it will be a competitive market, or do you think by the time they catch up, you'll be doing something completely different and pushing the boundaries in another direction?
I think we all need to think, we need to adapt, so to speak, because technology develops so fast in this area that in this fields, that if you don't evolve and do different things, then you will be unemployed quickly, so to speak, or because it's, but on the other hand, that's the downside of it. You have to change and learn new things and adapt and be creative. But the upside is that I think the need for people that do this is going to increase, not decrease. The tools, the use for these things and the market for it is going to increase, meaning you have things like board games, video games, role-playing games, novels, all sorts of stuff, meaning fantasy worlds the need for visualizing fantasy worlds will go up, not down. And people will consume that, and especially since very soon every aspiring dungeon master have his or her own game world, they want to be able to visualize it. So there will be a huge need for things like assets, textures, inspirational, and then when it comes to GIS and game engines, the raw data and the examples to build upon, so to speak. So that people want a lot of different canvases and stuff. If you want, I want a hellscape or a tropical island or a volcano or something. So there will be an enormous need for stuff like this, but there will also be a technical development, so to speak. So instead of sitting and painting the beautiful finished picture, I think there will be a lot of stuff where we want to have things that people can finish and tweak and change into the final shape they need, so to speak. So to provide education, raw material, asset, and inspiration, I think will be very much in the future.
Beautifully said, Anna. Do you think
Thank you.
do you think once that happens, where do you think the industry will go? What do you think will be the next big demand? Do you think cartographers are endangered species?
No, not at all. I think it's the other way around. Meaning the need for everything from dungeon layouts to cool inns and little villages and cute maps from that is going to be enormous. And then there will also be I think the missing piece right now is more like on the big scale, because that hasn't been possible before. But thanks to Unreal 5 and others in Unity, Future, and so on, there will be an enormous need to visualize whole landscape, whole game worlds. And also I think that the tabletop role-playing or tabletop industry in gaming will go from old school that use pen and paper, pencil and dice, and to people that play everything completely inside computers, so to speak, using it for everything. So there will be like a gliding scale, a range from World of Warcraft to old pencil D&D, and there will be an enormous sweet spot in the middle of people who want to have all the bells and whistles and features of a tabletop role-playing game, but they want to have the visualization of Skyrim or World of Warcraft, and they want a whole world full of cool monsters they can tweak and put where they want to, and they want to have a dungeon here and a cool temple there and a volcano here, and they want to be able to tweak and meld that landscape and populate it to their needs, so to speak. I think that is coming.
I think one of the defining features of what you say, Anna, is the wisdom that comes with it. I know you do another show with Alyssa, with Rutger Somber, and personally, I learned a heck of a lot from listening to you speak about what's required for a professional cartographer. What advice would you give to someone? What skills would you recommend that people start to take an interest in terms of what they can expect from future cartography?
I think that first you need to understand the three types of stuff that goes into this. Meaning you need to understand how bitmap and 2D graphics works, meaning the Photoshop and similar tools, meaning layering, brushes, blend modes, and stuff like that. You need to understand 2D graphics, really understand it, so to speak, how to create it, how to tweak it, how to things like resolution, bit depth, and color space and stuff like that. You need to understand these things both for print and for digital tools. So when the publisher says that, oh, we want a TIFF, a 16-bit TIFF, that and so on, then you need to understand what these terms mean. So that is one thing. And you need to understand the difference between bitmap graphics and vector graphics, and when one is needed and when the other is better, so to speak. And then you need to understand things like how PDFs work and what's the difference between a PSB, TIFF, and a PDF, and things like that. And so those are the two basic things that you need to understand the concept on this. But also 3D is getting much bigger attention. You need to understand what goes into things that go into like 3D objects in game engines and texturing and UV maps and stuff like that. That's the technical bolts and nuts and bolts and basic knowledge that you need to understand. and then comes all the creative bits, meaning then you have to understand the community you're working for, meaning do you want to work for board games or tabletop role-playing games, and do you want to work for D&D? Then you have to find the community to work for, so to speak, and then you need to understand what their desires and what they're yearning for and what they like, and the history, meaning what is the community you want to map for, what have been done before, what do they like and don't like, and what do they need, and then find a niche and then start serving a community. I think that's some of the success that's worked really well for me and for a lot of other cartographers. So, and there's so many different communities, meaning that the hobby is enormous today. So there's so many communities. Some of them are served much more and some of them are served much less. So there are some communities that are screaming for good cartographers.
That is spectacular advice.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so Anna, I understand that you do. Are you doing commissions, or are you booked
Yes, I
solid
do
for the next
commissions.
100 years?
Not 100 years, but I do commissions. I usually do about one big project every year or so for commission. So it's about, I would say 2/3 I work for my patrons and the Greyhawk community because they pay me enough to do it. So I'm so thankful for that. And then I do commissions like 1/3 of the time. And now I'm probably busy until the end of next year. And it's we're finalizing a couple of details on a couple of projects, so probably we're looking at 2024. And so if you want in on 2024, you need to contact me fairly soon. Otherwise that might fill up too. So I'm usually busy about a year and a half, 2 years in advance, which is
Okay,
usually the
next.
problem, because most publishers, tabletop role-playing game publishers usually have a planning horizon of 6 months tops. I've had publishers contact me, say, can you do this in like next month or 6 weeks or something? And I said no. So that's the
Yeah, I've had that experience too. Commissions are they can be pretty random.
Yep.
So is the best place to contact you at your website? Do you have the social
Yeah,
media?
you could. Yeah, I have a website, nbmeyer.com. I can post all the links in chat here too. So I have them here. So that way
Okay, fantastic.
you can find me at these places here. So let's see here. That's on my links to my Patreon and my website and my YouTube channel. I've streamed a few times, but the problem is that I'm going to
Looks like
okay.
links are getting cut off, Anna. So I guess Leroon will put them all on the video.
Okay, good.
So
Yep,
yeah.
I'll
So
get
it's annabmeyer.com and stuff. So okay, thank you. So yeah. So the I have a Facebook group and for my Greyhawk Maps and I have a Patreon, of course, and then I have a YouTube channel there too that I put up some stuff. I started to stream a little bit. My problem is that my computer is not powerful enough to both work on stuff and stream at the same time. So when I get a beefier computer, so I can take my current computer and make it into a stream machine in the background, that's when I will start doing work sessions every week and kind of talk about what I'm doing and doing it, because a lot of people want it. So there's and that I think is another, I think, good way to get attention, is that do what you do and then talk about it at the same time, because then people can watch it and learn from what you're doing and stuff. And I think that's a great way to reach out.
It's actually been really nice to talk to you, Anna. I've been listening to you for years on and off, watching
Thank you.
various videos. It was really nice to actually have a chat.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing your
thank you.
wisdom and your maps and your work with Mappers Delight. And have a great evening. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thanks. That was great. Next is Alyssa Faden, and we're going to have her on next. Just wanted to let you guys know before we get going is that we will have some prizes coming up. So after Alyssa's turn, we will talk to our friend from the Dungeon Fog, and he's going to do a presentation on how to adapt Dungeon Fog into Fantasy Grounds. And then we are also going to speak with Josh Watmough from Smiteworks Fantasy Grounds, and then we'll do some prizes and some goodbyes and all that good stuff. So hello, Alyssa, welcome.
Hey guys, and thank you for having me.
No problem. I was jonesing to have you on here. I think I wanted you last year or the year before, and I don't know what happened, or I think you were busy, and I don't know what happened, but glad you're here
Q1
now.
tends to be a little bit of a busy time for me. I do a lot of preparation for the likes of GaryCon and such. And I do remember a couple of years ago, I was preparing for the first GaryCon that actually got cancelled because of COVID. So I was just doing a lot of ramp up and time involvement in that. But regardless, I'm super pumped to be here today.
That's great. So I'm on your first slide here, but I want to talk to you a little bit about your impetus for being involved with the hobby itself. So what was that like going into the hobby, and how did you get inspired to do all this?
Completely unlike everyone else that just went before me, it was an accident. And I mean that. It was a complete accident. So I might be your oldest guest today. I don't know. I was gaming back in the 80s, and back then, particularly if you can't buy scenarios from other people, or there weren't many to have, or if you're just creating your own, you've got to do your own maps, right? So I had to, back in the day, just draw my own maps for my own games. And fast forward to, I don't know, the 2000s, mid 2000s, something like that. I'm with some trepidation joining Facebook, and I'm joining sort of various groups, kind of getting into the groove. And someone on a D&D style group posted a map of theirs. And I was like, wow, okay, people share their maps and stuff. That's kind of cool. Maybe I can do the same. And I did. I shared a city map that I had drawn about 20, 30 years before. And everyone fell out of their seats. And it was not a reaction I was expecting, like, at all. And I was like, holy cow. Okay, well, here's another one. And the people were just loving what they were seeing. So, people were like, well, have you got any more? I was like, yeah, I don't know, about 70 of them. And you can imagine, like, people were just like, holy cow, okay. And so I just started sharing, and then there was that little, well, will you draw one for me? And I was like, yeah, I guess I will. And so I started just drawing maps for other people. And then one day, Kobold Press popped up and said, will you draw one for us? And that was my first true professional map that I ended up drawing, and it was an accident, and it snowballed from there. I literally had Monty Cook come to me and say, will you draw me a map? And I was like, what the hell is happening with my life right now? So honestly, I fell into it.
That's a cool story. So what tools are you using? Like everything, or do you just have a...
Am I on my own? Is everyone on mute?
No, I got it. What tools are you using for the sorry about that. What tools are you using for most of your work, other than the sketch?
I'm so different than a lot of the other guests here, in some ways. So, crowd, get yourself braced, okay? I started with ink on paper. Nowadays, just get yourself a drawing tablet. It's basically the same thing. I mean, I was literally biro on paper for a while, and then I went out and got myself some nice art pens, 0.5 or 0.3, or it ends up being 0.2, millimeters. Just nice ink pens on paper is where I started. And I did 20, 30 years of that. That is my roots, okay? And then I transitioned when actually Kobold Press asked me to draw a map for them. I was like, okay, I do all of my stuff ink on paper, but they're going to want a colored piece, and I'm not going to be able to color this thing appropriately if I do this thing ink on paper. I'm going to need to get myself some proper hardware. So I invested in a Wacom tablet. It's basically a monitor that lies flat, and you can draw on it. I play games on it, and then I lie it flat and I draw on it. And then I use Photoshop. And I know there's been a crowd out there today hating on Photoshop. I get it. It's just a tool that I am used to. There are plenty of free options. I just, I subscribe to the Adobe Suite, and so I personally, I have InDesign, I have Illustrator, I have Photoshop, and I use them for different purposes. And Photoshop is my chosen medium, but I use it just like I'm drawing ink on paper in all truth. And you could totally use GIMP or any other platform and basically do exactly what I'm doing.
So I can see that you've done commission work with Kobold Press, but what is it like when you're creating stuff for yourself? Like, what's that creative process like, or even for plan stuff? Like, are you just sketching and building from there, or are you see something and just grab it? Or, I mean, what's your process like?
Okay, so that's a really good question. I'm best known for my city maps. And for that, I tend to I will just walk you through the process that I used to use and I still use today. Grab the equivalent of a pencil, something that's easily erasable. If you're going to use an electronic program, listen to me, an electronic program, I sound like I'm 82, but if you're going to use one of those drawing tablets that kids use today, just, set up a separate layer that's easily erased, and you're going to sketch out something. And I would very, very broadly, with no level of detail, just slash out some outline of what I want the city shape to be. It could be the walls, it could be the general where the most density of the buildings at the edge are going to be, and I would just slash it out. I would also draw in like my coastlines, my rivers, and I play with shapes. I play with the shapes of the terrain. I play with the shapes of the major geographical features, like big, huge ovals for where my hills are going to be, for example. And I kind of use that as a basis, and I kind of sit back and I go, okay, so how would the city form around this? And then I kind of come in with another pencil and I start to kind of just a little, still very rough, but kind of just sort of sketching. Oh, I think there would be buildings here. I think there would be buildings here. This is where the edge of the city would be. This is where maybe it started. Where are my main POIs going to be? Maybe there's going to be a temple district over here. Maybe this is where my rich district is going to be. This is where my harbors are going to be. I very, very, very loosely draw it in. By the way, if you looked at my loose drawn, so it's almost pencil inspiration for as I'm crafting the foundations of a city. They are looser than you would think. I mean, they are just lines, circles, squares. You mention it. And then once I've got that in, then I actually draw in my coastline or my river edge or my lake edge. I'll start to draw in my walls, and I almost have an outside in. So it's like I kind of go big first. Like if you're really above the city, what is the main thing you see? The shape. Is that shape formed by walls? Is that shape formed by the lake edge? Is it formed by the river edge? I draw those in first, and then I kind of come in a little bit. And then I'll start to draw in my major districts. I'll hit my POIs first, my palace. I'll hit my temples and that type of thing, because those are the things that the eye is drawn to. So if you're a bird kind of falling down towards a city, that's kind of the order I'm taking it. Then I start drawing in neighborhoods. I start drawing in blocks of buildings around my main POIs and such. And as I'm drawing those, and I've released videos on this process, as I'm drawing those, my streets and my alleyways and my courtyards start to form. And I basically just fill in the space. I mean, it sounds a little bit like, that meme where you draw the owl. How to draw an owl? Draw the outside ovals, then draw the rest of it. It sounds a little bit like that, but that's kind of my process. I draw the outline shapes, I get my main POIs in there, and then I just pour in the detail.
That's quite a process, but I can visualize it. As you were going through that, I kind of pictured in my mind, I'm staring at these maps here from your castle guides. So do you want to talk to us a little bit about those?
Yeah, sure. So the reason why I asked to share the Castle Keeper's Guide maps is because really it shows a few different approaches and scales, right? I mean, in the bottom left corner, you've got the metropolis, while almost most of the middle row are our towns and fortified towns and a city. what this particular commission was orientated around, though, was about 12 maps, something like that, where it goes from a thorp to a hamlet to a village, and that's the top left, top middle, and top right. And so I basically, this was fun because I did this whole thing on stream, and I drew the top left thorp first, and look up what is a thorp, look up like how many people actually live there. It's just a few buildings. It's probably just an extended family. Draw that in. Where would a thorp be located? Well, they're probably near a water source, so I started thinking about things like that. And then the next one, which is actually a hamlet, that's kind of an extension of it, and I drew it as an extension of it. So my thorp is actually in the hamlet as you kind of zoom out a little bit. And so it kind of iterated across, and then by the time we get to the village in the top right, actually the thorp and the hamlet are in it. I've kind of almost like I've shown the evolution of this particular settlement. And that, by the way, then continues on into the town. It continues on into the city. It's all part of the same map. So that was amazing fun to draw from that perspective.
I can see the amount of dedication and work and I pulled in one of your sketches for the tower, which I can see that now. Your style is pretty unique. I don't think it looks like anybody else's. I mean, there's some artists that I've looked at, like outside of this venue, that you can kind of tell they kind of rob and steal, and everyone kind of does that a little bit to some extent. But you definitely have some character, and I'm starting to recognize your maps now. So when I look at a product, I go, "Oh, this might be Alyssa's," and damn sure it is. Like I didn't know you before, like very well. I didn't know your work, but now that you've been out for a couple of years at least, I can tell like what work you've done. And I had no clue that you had done this GaryCon map here for the virtual event. What was that? GaryCon.
This one was GaryCon 12, I think. We're coming up to GaryCon 14. I'm curious, though, before we move on, because I know how I would describe my own style. How would you describe my style?
I would say that it almost looks like, to be honest, when you were talking about your process and describing this, it was almost like you were in World War II and you dropped out of an airplane and you fell over the streets of London, or you walked on these streets yourself. So I looked at it as like adventurous, like you want to tackle this thing from different angles, but you also want to cover all the different bases. So I would say an adventurer is kind of what I'm getting from your style. It's more adventurous, and it has characteristics that are unique, because not everyone gets those perspectives from one particular project. So you don't normally get all those views. So my interpretation of your work is adventurous. Like that's what I would call it. Not so much like, oh, you're melodramatic, or you're dark, or I think adventurous is the word I'm looking for. But it looks.
I think that's insightful. Because one of the, I mean, there's a way I would describe myself, which I'll tell you in a moment. But I have been on plenty of streams now where, I'm in the mode. I'm almost like a Bob Ross, right? I'm drawing this thing. I'm describing what I'm seeing. And I find myself saying, imagine that you're walking along the street and you see this building. You see this archway, and I find myself, my eyes close and I'm there. And that's kind of how I approach a lot of these maps. Like I'm there. And I want to draw what I'm seeing. I want to give you the boots on the ground perspective. But I'm not talking battle map style. I'm talking about, I'm handing you a city map, I'm handing you a village or whatever it is. And I want the players, I want the person holding that map immediately to go, ooh, what's this? I want them to be now pulled into the map. And I want the players to point to things and go, what's this? And I also want the GM, because I've been on both sides of the table, to go, I don't know, let's find out. And I like adding things to my maps, all of my maps, that have story, that have that boots on the ground feel. You know, when I was drawing what's on the left side here of the slide, every single piece of this I drew with audience participation, and we were talking about individual buildings. We were talking about the people that lived there. You know, actually, you can't see it at this particular zoom, but I've got chickens on the ground. I've got a cat stalking the chickens. I've got a boat that's outside, you know, of a house. But then we were like, so where is the tanner going to be? The tanner's going to be on the opposite side of the river. And we draw in, you know, the horrible water that the tanner has created because no one wants to live near him because of the smells and everything. And there was an entire story that evolved out of this. And that's one thing I like to pour into my maps. And I think adventurous would be a way of describing it. Not only do I adventure with my style, but I am literally adventuring in my own maps when I draw them. And if I can't do that, honestly, it's not an assignment that I want to do. I want to be able to feel like people actually live here. Like this is a real place. Not in the sense of what Anna Meyer does, and she, you know, she and I love each other. We're basically, you know, pseudo sisters. I do it from a person point of view. You know, Anna was flying above the world at 60,000 feet, which is freaking amazing. But I'm down there with the people, you know, hating on the tanner because he creates horrible water, you know, and that's what I pour that into every map.
Yeah, I can see that. You know, something that comes to my mind that I can see without you actually having done it is a water tower. Like the ones that they were made at the, I think, 1800s, or you know, they're on wooden stilts and they're up on a hillside. I don't know why, but that just kind of rings a bell with me. Like you need to include a water tower at some point. I don't know how it would fit in with your worlds or even your cities, but a water tower just kind of comes to mind.
No, exactly, and it's all about that. You know, honestly, I sat there on the stream, and we don't have the city map here with us today, but I sat on a stream once drawing a big city. It was a metropolis, and you know, you're drawing big, and I think most artists would stay big with that, but I don't. You know, I'm down into a particular neighborhood and a building one day, and this building was on the side of a hill, and I'm asking myself the question, how do people get down to the street below? And so I end up drawing a little tiny path going down. And for me, it's all of those little details. Because if you've got those, now you have a place that feels real. Now you have stories. And drawing a little water tower or a tree inside a courtyard, it can be now things are real. Now there's a little pulse of a heartbeat, you know, inside your city. And that's what it's all about. For me, if you're drawing at any place where people live and it's just a series of rectangles, that's fine. I mean, that's honestly fine, but it's a functional map at that point, which is cold and lifeless. It's basically a mall map. It serves a purpose. I'm not going to knock it for serving a purpose. And we've all seen them in various products. But I don't do that. I want you to open a map and immediately see the little path of individuals or the water tower serving the water. You know, I've got water towers, I've got aqueducts, and that's what it's all about. How do these people get water? Let's draw it. Let's get it on there. Because the minute you do that, now you've got all these little hundreds of little sims scurrying about your map. And now it takes on an extra dimension. You know, there was a guest before me, and she had that 3D dimension, and it was wonderful. I'd like to try and do the human dimension of people actually walking about this stuff, and players and GMs alike seeing it right there. So, yeah, that's what I like to do.
Well, I think that when I saw that map and I'm looking at this, I can almost see you doing this like a storyboard for like a movie. Like storyboards are a little bit more rough. They don't have as much detail, but I think if you took these and made it like a storyboard, like side by side in a row, I think that person would start with one of your elements, like a tower or something, and then go from that, like they were put there, and then they're walking to different parts of the city or the area, and it kind of would play out like a storyboard, in a sense. And it doesn't have to be in any particular order, but I think if it was put in, from left to right or right to left, even up to down, those sort of things, I think that would tell that story better for me anyways. Because if you made, like, let's say you decided to make the sewers underneath the city, I would place that storyboard underneath the city, so when you look at that as a whole, like a slideshow kind of thing, you would stop for a moment and look down and you would see the sewers. That's kind of the feeling I get from these pictures, the castle guide.
And I'm glad, and I really appreciate your insight. I truly do. It's kind of like, that's kind of the type of thing that I shoot for in my maps. It's almost like I want to try and put down in pictorial format an experience. I want you to be able to actually look at one of my maps and say, so what about the sewer system under this thing? It's like the minute that you're curious, the minute as a player you're now wanting to explore, that right there is a victory to me. If you don't want to explore one of my maps, I feel like I failed. I want the GM and the players alike to look at one of my maps and just want to get in there, whether it be the sewers or the rooftops. I want you to be walking around in these maps, exploring it. That's kind of what I shoot for.
Well, this is beautiful work. I'm really impressed, and to be honest with you, I wasn't sure how this was going to play out, but I'm really appreciating the conversation. I'm really liking it. So what do you have any technical challenges other than time and such to create your products here? I mean, do you have things that bug
I have
you?
about as much talent as a household brick. Honestly, one of our guests earlier on mentioned having like a creative background. I don't. I did art class, sure, we all do. In fact, my college degree is in graphic communications, but it was way less graphic and way more just practical, whatever. I don't have color theory. I'm actually, even when I'm painting my miniatures, it's one of my weakest areas. So for me, probably my biggest challenge is anytime I'm getting more and more artistic. I can't draw a face. In fact, it was a guest earlier on who said, "No, I like drawing faces on my, tokens because that's easier." And I'm sitting there saying, "I can't even draw a freaking apple, man. What are you talking about?" Like traditional artwork, I'm weak. Color theory, I'm weak. The more we get into that realm, the more I want to fight and escape and get out of the room, So with the project that we're looking at on the screen right now, I'm Twitch streaming this thing and I'm drawing it. And that's one thing, by the way, to streaming that is the best ever, because you'll find that your guests encourage you to do things that you wouldn't normally do. And even if you thought about it in your head, you'd go, "Oh, hell no, I'm not going to do that." And I had a guest in my Twitch stream suggest that I draw a block tower. In fact, let me just rewind a little bit. The assignment was draw a tower as a map from above. Well, if I draw a tower from above in my style, my normal style, that's a pretty boring map, guys. That's a circle on a nicely painted canvas, maybe with a little bit of drop shadow if you're lucky. And I had someone on Twitch say, draw block tower. And my reaction was, what the hell is a block tower? And then the other suggestion was, how about a cutaway view? And that's the power of drawing I don't want to say in front of a crowd, because I consider it a drawing with friends. I always position it as I'm sitting there drawing and I've got a whole bunch of friends in the room with me. And they're suggesting things as you go. They look over your shoulder, they say, "That's cool, why don't you do this?" And so for me, drawing a cutaway of a block tower, that was a challenge. Because now you're asking me to actually get into artwork, and I don't want to do that, guys. I'm not very good at it. So for me, it is it is that challenge. It's always that little bar getting raised above my capabilities, you know, all of the time. But I see it as a challenge. I see it as something to really try and attain. And the assignment on the left there actually had a whole bunch of that.
Yeah, so that was your kind of your opus there, you know, in regards to.
In many ways, I mean, look, I drew that block, and you can see the black and white version as I'm going, and it's not particularly good. It's loose. That's the first time I'd ever done it. But then, you know, it came to the Motte and Bailey Castle that's next to it. That's the middle near top, and I'm like, okay, so now I've actually drawn a cutaway, and I'm going to do a Motte and Bailey. What's a Motte and Bailey from above? 2 circles surrounded by 2 more circles. I mean, it is. It's just basically a figure 8 within a figure 8. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to draw this from a slightly different angle. And so that was the first time I'd ever drawn anything like that from that angle. And it's not the best in the world. We've got guests with us here today that would do a better job. But this was me actually going into new waters. And then the middle left, where we've got that castle in an almost semi-isometric sort of format, I was like, okay, shoot, if I'm going to draw a castle, let's try and make it a little bit more interesting than just from above. And so I kind of did this almost bird's eye view. It's not really isometric. And so that was the first time I'd ever drawn a castle in that type of way. So yeah, in many ways, this was I don't want to call it a magnus opus. You know, I will do more like this, and I will get better and better as I go along. But I thought this was a great example of how drawing with friends can actually encourage you to go into uncomfortable areas where you don't want to go as an artist, and just do it. This definitely had a whole bunch of that for me.
Very interesting. I wasn't even aware of how involved you are with this. I mean, I didn't realize how. I mean, you're practically crawling on the streets. You're not just, you know, you're not just walking. You're crawling around the alleys. You're looking in corners. You're not just walking the streets. You know, the streets are just, you know, your middle ground there. You're actually right there. You know, looking around the corner. So that's definitely an adventure trope there that you have. Bravo.
Thank you. Honestly, how I would describe myself and the types of commissions that I like to take on. Okay, so a quick story about me, and I will keep it quick. Back when I was about 10 years of age, my school was part of an art competition for our local town. I actually grew up in a place called Chester, which is 2,000 years old, and it was founded by the Romans. I am a huge Romanophile, and I am a huge history nut, potentially because I was born in a place like that. Well, there's 2,000 years of history in Chester, and so when all of the schools are drawing an iconic piece of Chester, they're all doing the more modern things. We have an incredible Victorian clock. Everyone was drawing that, you know. But not me. Not old Alyssa Faden. I went back to the amphitheater that we have there, but I didn't draw it as ruins. I was like, I'm going to draw it like the Romans were seeing it. So I just did this big, huge amphitheater with like gladiators fighting. I was probably a little bit disturbed as a kid. Had thousands and thousands and thousands of people watching. I drew them all in pencil first, and then I went over with ink work afterwards. And it had that type of insane detail and labor of love that I think has become part of what I do now. I want my maps to have so many ink strokes on them. What someone looks at them and goes, is she okay in the head? Or is she a little bit lost? And that's I think every single one I do has to have detail, hand-drawn detail in it, where you kind of start to worry about my mental health. That's kind of my style now.
Well, growing up there, I mean, you have all that architecture that's like Tudor mixed in with you know, the wood and the stone, and then you got that Roman thing going on. So It does
See,
show.
again, the silence. Again, the tough crowd.
Oh yes. So what I'm saying is
Ooh.
that you're growing up as a girl in the in that town of Chester. You have that Tudor style buildings, and then you have the Roman architecture built in. So I can see that now, looking at your maps, that you definitely still have a memory of those times when you were in Chester. It shows, and I don't think you've seen a castle, but you have seen a fortress. You've seen some Roman structure. So
Oh,
you
my
definitely.
friend. No, I'm European. I'm like Anna. Come on, Anna and I
Yes.
are spoiled in so many ways. No, I have LARPed in a castle. I have slept in a castle. I mean, castles are just, they're 10 a penny in bloody England. We hardly pay them any attention. There's castles everywhere. But we also have that wonderful sense of the evolutionary growth of settlement as Europeans. We get to see how a settlement was founded, what the motivations were, how it grew from there, why, in what direction. And I think that it certainly influences my work. And I know on a grander scale, it influences Anna's. I mean, Anna is a goddess. She looks down on the world. She is drawing rivers and shaping mountains and moving tectonic plates. I'm the same on a settlement level. I want to know why the settlement was settled here. I want to know where that first building was put down. And I want to know what the motivation was for people to come here after that and how the settlement grew from beyond it. And I think that's one of the things I can bring to the table as a cartographer, because my maps then look plausible, even if you look at one of my metropolises, metropoli, I don't know. If you look at one of these huge settlements, you get this sense of, oh, this thing has been here for hundreds of years. These guys plopped down here. They grew out here. I understand why a marketplace is over there. And so I think my European roots, and certainly being in a city that's 2,000 years old, I think that has helped me. While I have no artistic formal training, it has helped me breathe plausibility into my maps.
Yes, I agree. So it's hard to draw or write about something that you haven't experienced. And that, even with all the training in the world, it's not going to give you that life experience that you need to express and have this natural kind of feel for it. So yeah, I get it. It's yeah, that's really cool. So we could talk about some other maps if you'd like.
Well, I think we have. Don't we have my Gaslight map? I don't want to take us too long here, but
Yeah,
I think,
no problem.
didn't I send you my Gaslight map?
Yeah, I want to look at that.
Yeah, so this is going to be a very different style now, and we could just then. Well, so this is Gaxmore, and we can. So the Gaxmore one was fine. We'll come back to it at a future show. So this one that we've got on the screen here. So let's hit the Gaslight one. So
Yep.
Gaslight is a current assignment of mine. It is ongoing. It will be wrapping here in the next couple of months. But here is a beautiful example of a very different style. The assignment was from Chaosium. They asked me to draw London as it was in 1890. This starts to tickle all of the little buttons that I have for researching historical things. This is obviously a real world place, the Doi, but we're talking about a real world time period. We're not talking fantasy now. And so I actually ended up going to the University of London, the University of Edinburgh, even we've got the Library of Congress. The Library of Congress, by the way, is a fantastic resource. I dug up a whole bunch of period maps for London. And from those, I started to gain inspiration for actually how they drew things back then, how they started to think about things back then, how they presented them on paper. The grid, there's some circles in there too. The scale, by the way, is like, I think the scale, if I recall correctly, is half-mile squares and circles. And it was such a delicious phrase. It's like, what scales do that? And I'm doing that. I am doing that scale on this map. So I have half-mile squares and circles. I took inspiration from how they did their borders. Some of them were a lot more flowery, but then it would be less practical for real world purposes. And it was looking at maps from the period for every single building of 1890 London. Every one. I have the underground, I have the rail system, I have the canal system, I have every single street and alley, every single building, church, public courthouse, you name it, graveyard, it is on here. And this, if you talk about Magnus Opus, this is one of them. And this is going to shape a lot of what I do here in the next couple of years, because this right here tapped into something I love doing. Historical research and trying to match styles from people 100 or 200 years ago to invoke this sense of a map from many, many years prior. This was a great challenge, and I love how this thing turned out.
Well, I might be hitting you up someday for a smaller map in Chingford Hatch, because that's where my grandmother's from. So I'd love to see that.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I'd love to see that, with your eyes, but, maybe not such a grand scale, but, in that neighborhood. That's like northeast London, I believe. So, yeah, I would love to see that.
I've done a few like this. There was an assignment given to me many, many years ago where they basically gave me Google Maps of a real world location and said, we want you to draw that. And even back then, something got tickled in the back of my brain where I was like, I actually really enjoyed this experience. And then there was a map that I did, Dubrovnik, which of course was one of the locations in Game of Thrones. I drew it before Game of Thrones because Dubrovnik is a freaking awesome location in the world. And I drew it. But I was looking at it on Google Maps, like drawing it ink on paper type of thing. And I love that aspect of looking at a real world location and kind of doing a version of it, let's say medieval times or whatever. I'm going to do more of this right here. I'm going to draw Shanghai. I'm going to draw New York. I'm going to draw, maybe Paris, but all in their 1890s or 1920s version, those older versions that could easily slot into a Call of Cthulhu game. I'm going to do way more of this.
Yeah, Vampire too. They'll be hitting you up as well.
There you go, Vampire. they're beautiful, exactly. This map, by the way, I'm drawing 90 inches across. It is freaking huge. It's going to be a poster. It's the client Chaosium asked me to draw this. They weren't thinking poster, but you know me at this point in our conversation. If you could ask me to draw a map, I'm going to go nuts. I am going to go full out nuts.
You did.
And I did. And then I came back to them and said, you might want to do a poster of this. And they were like, we're going to do a poster of this. And that's what I'm all about. I want to create things you could print out big and put on your wall and be happy with it there. That's what I like doing.
So you get all the bloody bridges and everything else. That's great.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. So, I don't want to cut this short. I want to talk to you more actually after the show. But so what advice can you give us? For people that are still kind of new, or people that need to diversify, or even the research that you discussed. I mean, what do you suggest? Like, live life a little and then draw? Or that's kind of the way I'm looking at it. But that's just me. But
no, well, honestly. It's a little bit of like all of the above. A few guests have come up with some great answers, and I want to honestly say there is no one right path. You do a little bit of everything. The traditional artists out there, of course, have got their head sort of or an advantage when it comes to the stability of their hand or understanding color combinations of things. And believe me, I'm jealous of those people too. While on the other hand, you've got people from Europe or various other places who have got the advantage of walking around the Will Castle, etc. Don't let any of that discourage you. Honestly, none of that is important from making or breaking you being able to draw your own maps. This is a wonderful world of technology right now where information is at your fingertips. You can look up color theory. You can look up various artistic techniques or how to use GIMP or Photoshop or whatever. So don't let the fact that you don't know that discourage you. I started with ink on paper, the most primitive of tools when it comes to this. And you can see in front of you the types of things that I'm doing now. And I literally just drew. I just drew. And you can as well. And if I am to say anything to you, if you have an interest in mapping at all, it's like, don't be intimidated by what other people are doing. And I get it, because I am intimidated. Even 30, 40 years on, I'm intimidated to this day. But don't be. You will create your own style. You will do your own work. Pick up that pencil, pick up that virtual pencil, and just do it. The third thing I would say to you is don't be shy of looking at what other people are doing. I am highly influenced on some of my maps by Mike Schley. He does the Watsy stuff right now. He is a true artist. I have spoke to him briefly on a couple of occasions, and there's some of my earlier work that has a lot of his influence in there, and that's okay. Pick up things that you like from people and places in real life and be inspired by them. It's like you will become your own jigsaw puzzle. Pull out pieces from all around you, your own experiences, your own things that you're seeing in life, whether it be other people's work or real world places. Pull them into your own toolbox, and just make them part of your tools moving forwards. And you will create your own style. You will create your own work. And honestly, show them in front of me, and I'm always going to be thrilled, because you are now drawing maps, and that's what it's all about. Just do it. I feel like Shia LaBeouf. Just do it.
I can see this going from like your studying Chaosium, video games, all the way to like Ancestry.com. I could see you making maps for people who want to reconnect with their past, and that's kind of why I mentioned the thing with my grandmother, because it is something that's like, it's hard to get a hold of those maps. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but to have a poster of where your relatives used to live in this type of style would sell. I'm sorry, it just would. You're not going to sell a bunch of them, but you can charge a buttload of money for it. And I guarantee if you make a poster like this for someone that has the desire to reconnect with their past, I think that would work.
I think it becomes a personal thing then, right? It becomes real.
Yes.
Like you've got an emotional attachment to it then. And I think that's one reason why I'm enjoying this Chaosium project so much. It's almost like a little time machine.
Yeah.
And that's what it's all about. And if you got a little time machine to relatives, well, that becomes special. And that becomes something else altogether then.
And then this would work with like Savage Worlds, Rippers, and it's just endless. So
well, thank you.
Yeah, so gee whiz. I think we need to take a short break. So Alyssa, thank you very much for coming, and I want to take a real quick breather, like 5 minutes. So it's 8 after the hour, so we want to be back here at quarter after. And our next guest is none other than Martin. He's going to represent Dungeon Fog, and he goes by Forecaster. How are you doing, Forecaster? Thank you for being patient, by the way.
I'm a little sick, so
Yep.
It might sound a little strange, but otherwise I'm fine.
Okay, so we're going to take a quick bio break, and when we come back, we'll start setting up the stream so that we can see what you're working on, and you can tell us your process, and we'll talk about the prize or the other gifts that Dungeon Fog's given out, and we'll go from there. So we'll be back shortly. Well, it's just a short break, so hang tight, folks.
All right. So, yeah. So, uh, Dungeon Fog. Dungeon Fog is, of course, a map making program. Oh, unmuted the streams. I was hearing myself. Getting a little confused by that. And it's a pretty beginner friendly way of making maps, and it supports exporting maps into a universal VTT format, which I believe was established by Dungeon Draft, or it's used by Dungeon Draft at least. And I've made a converter for that format that generates a Fantasy Grounds module that just creates all the wall definitions and such automatically based on the export. And I'm going to be showing that off here. So let's switch to that. So this is a website that I made on my domain for the converter. I believe there is a page about it on the Dungeon Fog website somewhere as well. And here you can find, there's a video that goes over the various ways to use this. You can use it directly on this website, which is the simplest way to use it, but the one with the fewest options. Then there's also a downloadable executable version, and you will find a link to the GitHub page where you can download a Linux or a Windows version. And I've already downloaded that into a folder here. But to use it, of course, we are going to need a map. So I'm going to quickly throw together a test map, and then I'm going to export it and run it through the module generator. So we're going to pop into Dungeon Fog. I'm going to just put up some walls and doors, place some random props. Okay, I think I had to kill the stream. My browser's overworked. That seems to have freed up some. Just maybe.
Yeah, so we'll get those prizes out shortly. While he loads this up, I just was telling them that about the discount code and that sort of thing, and the different license levels that are going to be given out as well. So we got a 1 month, or excuse me, a 3 month, a 6 month, and a 1 year, and then the 10% for the. If you guys didn't win anything, you could get 10% for the discount on the year subscription.
Okay, here we go. So let's make room here. We'll just use the That's, yeah, outer wall thickness is 0, which makes it look weird. Go. We'll create a second joining room, which goes to the same. And we're going to place some doors. We want some fancy style doors. We'll use an archway. Put it there. And a smaller one into this room. And then we might find some windows, single windows. Pop some around the sides. And then I also want to create a secret room here. I'm going to take, we can use one of the generic doors, white squares, because it's going to be hidden. And I'm going to select that door, and I'm going to mark it as concealed, which turns it red here, but that means that it will just show a wall here when it on the export, but it will still tell the converter or the module generator that there's a door here. We can do what we want with that later. And then we don't really care about props, because those will just be stamps on the map. But we can place some boxes perhaps.
So those that are tuning in just now, we're looking at Dungeon Fog and this program that it's been developed here for forecasters get involved with this. Did you design this version tool?
I've programmed the conversion tool. It's written in Python from scratch. I just looked at how the structure of a Fantasy Grounds module, and then I just used the information that this universal VTT export format contains to generate the necessary definitions for walls and such.
Okay.
In the correct XML format that Fantasy Grounds expects. Unfortunately, one of the drawbacks right now is that there are so many assets that need to be loaded that it takes a while and it tends to lock up the editor a bit. There we go. Now it's done. And now it's placed all the boxes that I clicked earlier, of course. But yeah, that'll do. Put a secret treasure box in here as well. So yeah, that will do. Of course, I was making an actual map. We'd spend a little more time on it. And now I clicked export, the export tab up here, and we get to see a preview of the map. And up here, we can select the DF to VTT format using this drop down. It's called Universal VTT here. That's the file name extension. Then we can change this name if we wanted to. Just leave it at that. I could also place some lights, because the the converter also supports that. So now I have to search for, let's say, lantern. And then we can place some a little big. Ooh. Forgetting what the, fine, let's just set the scale here. There's a shortcut for it, but I don't remember what it is. We'll put some lights in here. And as you can see, Dungeon Fog has lighting support as well. But with the universal format, it can defer the lighting to the whatever the receiving program is. In this case, it would be Fantasy Grounds, because that supports lighting as well. And you could see that there was a toggle for native lighting, and here. And if we turn this off, Dungeon Fog will bake the lighting into the map, as we can see it right here. But if we turn this on, Dungeon Fog will not render or draw the lighting onto the map, but it will tell the it will include where the lights are and what their colors are and such in the export, so that the receiving program can do whatever it wants with them. And of course, my module generator converts them into Fantasy Grounds type lights. So now I'm going to hit export down here, and Dungeon Fog will be rendering the map and baking it into a file for me. And I'm going to save this into the same folder that I put the executable in. And of course, if I had, now this floor is only a ground floor, but if I had multiple levels, they would be listed here, and I would have to export each one individually. So now that I have the export file here, I'm going to double click the executable to start it. Select run. I trust my own software. And then a console window will appear, and then a little bit later, an interface should show up. So here's the interface, and I can name the module, which is the name that will be shown both on the file name and inside Fantasy Grounds. So I could name this Fantasy Grounds Academy module. And then I can set the author, which is also shown inside of Fantasy Grounds. I'll just leave that as Dungeon Fog. And then I can choose which df2vtt files I want to have included in this module, because a module can, of course, contain multiple maps. So if I had multiple levels, I would export each one as its own df2vtt file, and then I would select all of those level files here, and they would all be included in that module. So it would have all the different floors in one module. So now it opens up the folder the executable is in by default, but you can navigate to wherever. So I'm going to select the map I exported, click open, and then it will show the path in this text field here. And then if I'm going to select more options, and here you have some choices you can, or settings you can change how wide doors are by default. Portals refer to anything like a passage or a door or a window. And I can set the grid color, according to the Fantasy Grounds color format, where if I recall correctly, the two first characters are the alpha, the transparency of the grid, and the rest are hex color. And I'm going to select Portal Refinement, which is a mode that lets you handle different types of portals. Because unfortunately, at this time, the export doesn't contain any information about what type a portal is. So the generator cannot tell if it's a door or a window, for example. So the portal refinement mode adds an extra step before, when I hit generate, lets me specify what is a window, or which portals are windows, for example, as well as hidden doors and such. I can also tell it to ignore lights, which means it will just not include any of the lights in the map. And I'm going to hit generate. And here we can see a query window pops up, and there are instructions written here. We see an image file popped up next to the map that ends in _portals. And I'm going to open that in the Windows image viewer, photos. And basically, this will generate it will take the map image and then write numbers, as you can see here, next to each portal. So here it asks what type portal number 1 is, and this is an archway. I can say there's a door in here. Then I don't really have to do anything, but if I wanted to, I could specify that it's a door. Or if there was no door in here, it's just an open archway, I could say that it is a passage, and all the types are described down here. I can say that this is a passage, it's just open with no door in it. Then it asks about number 2, and generally they will be in the order you placed them in, I believe. This is another archway. We can say that there's a door in this. Then it asks about number 3. That's a window, so we'll specify a window. Number 4 is also a window. You could also copy this text. So number 5 is also a window, so I'll just paste window in there. 6, also a window. And then it asks about number 7. And as you can see, like I said, this door that I marked as concealed is not rendered on the map, but I put a digit next to it anyway, because the generator knows there's supposed to be a portal here, or there's a secret portal here. So I will set this as a toggleable wall. And then I will click done, because that was the last one. And now it will generate the module file. If I close the image, you can see we now have a .mod file here. So now we're done. So what we're going to do now is we're going to pop up Fantasy Grounds. We're going to click on this folder icon up here to get the data directory for Fantasy Grounds. We have the modules directory here. We're just going to move the module file in there. Like so. And now I've prepared a new campaign here. We're going to pop into there. And then we're going to go into the library and load this module, and we should be able to see the map I made.
So we had a question while this is loading. Someone asked if the lighting data is XML that included in the map XML data.
Yeah. So the universal VTT, I forget the correct name, but the universal VTT format is JSON. So the file you get from Dungeon Fog is a JSON file, JSON format. The Fantasy Grounds uses XML for its data. So the module generator outputs the module file is a zip file that contains the map images and XML module definitions that tell it where lights are and such, and where walls are and such.
Okay.
So this is my program is basically a converter from the JSON format to Fantasy Grounds XML format.
Are you thinking about, or have you already expanded into other virtual tabletops?
I have not. I know there is a plugin for Foundry that already does a similar thing with this format.
Okay.
I believe it was originally created for Dungeon Draft, but it also works because Dungeon Fog uses this universal format, same as Dungeon Draft. That plugin also works for Dungeon Fog maps.
Yeah, I figured it can't be that far away, the steps.
No. I forget who wrote that extension, but it's available in Foundry because it has an extension manager built into it, I believe.
Okay.
You can just search for it inside the program.
Well, that's cool that you made it work for Fantasy Grounds. That's useful. I mean, if you've invested a lot of money into any sort of platform, it's nice to have tools to come over. And this is free, right? This is just a portal that you built that one can use if they own.
The program is free. If you technically Dungeon Fog is also free, although the assets available are limited. Because if you try to use premium assets, they will be watermarked.
Right.
But the converter itself is free, and it should work for. I haven't tested it because I don't have Dungeon Draft, but it might work for that. For Dungeon Draft exports as well. I would be very interested to hear if it does or not. If it doesn't, I could probably adjust it to work better for that if necessary. Cool. So now Fantasy Grounds finally loaded up. So we're going to go into the activation screen. And if we have a look through here, we should be able to find the Fantasy Grounds Academy module. Should be easy to spot because it won't have an icon.
That's cool that it does it as a module and not just a file.
Yeah. I believe it pretty much needs to be a module now. It needs to be a module to have the wall and light definitions built in.
Right. But some cases that you get the XML and the file, and if you put it in the same folder, you can. But I don't think you can get all the lighting. I don't know, but I know you could do that if you have the XML data. But it might have to be created in Fantasy Grounds to do that. So
yeah. So now I click load on the module. You can see it has the name and the author I specified. You could set yourself as the author if you want. Or whoever made the map you're importing or converting. And if I click the module here, you can see that it contains only images.
Yep.
And then it contains a single image/map, which has the name of the file we exported. And then once that loads up, let's maximize that. And close all these other windows we don't need anymore. And here's my map. Nice. And as you can see, there are currently the lights we saw in the preview are not baked into the map. to see them, we have to enable lighting here. And you can see now we have lights. And if we go into the lighting tab here, we can see that each of these are a light source, according to Dungeon Fog. And if I had made one of these lanterns have like a red light, this would have been, light color would have been red here as well. The settings are not one-to-one, unfortunately. For example, Dungeon Fog supports limiting the angle of the light instead of having a fully radial light, which Fantasy Grounds does not support. So things like that will not carry over, unfortunately. Then we can go into the line of sight tab, and we can see that all the walls are where the walls are. And we can see that this archway, which I said was a passage, so there's no door here, it's just a gap in the wall. The windows are yellow windows. This here is a regular door. And then we have two windows. And then we have this toggleable wall here, which is important to use the correct type. And I go over this in the tutorial video on the website. But if I had used a regular door here, it would basically create an indentation, which would make it obvious that there's a door here.
Yeah.
Even if the wall is just a wall, you would be able to see based on the line of sight that there is no, or that there is something there. But the hidden door is flush with the wall line, so you can't tell until it's opened. And just to go off a little more, I could take a... Actually, I don't have any modules loaded that add creatures. So I'm going to
do the SRD,
load the SRD bestiary up. So I get some NPCs. But not too much because my computer is struggling as it is.
Right. Question in the chat: is there a way to have it so that Dungeon Fog doesn't have the grid visible, the painted grid, the white?
Yes.
Okay.
So there was, if we go back to the export, there's an option right here when you're exporting. You can just turn the grid off.
I see.
And even if you do that, it will still include where the grid is supposed to be in the export, and the module generator will use that to put a grid on the map. And we can see that if we go into here, the map, the Fantasy Grounds grid is fully transparent by default. But if I want to, I could, no, the color is here. You can see the alpha is 0, but if I turn that up, you can see that the grid matches the on-map grid.
Yep.
Exactly.
Very cool.
I just have it default to invisible in case you want to use. Because with one thing you can do in Dungeon Fog, which is something you can't always do in other programs, is you can have you have this global grid that I'm using now by default, but if you wanted to, you could turn that off, and to do that, you go to the selection tool, and if you click outside the stage or on the ground somewhere, not in a room, you will get the grid options here. You can turn this off, and then we can go into the brush tool. And then if I go into the brush textures, open that up. And this is a subscription-only feature, but at least I believe so. Let's see. Under backgrounds and grids, we can see that we have some grid textures for the brush tool. So I could, for example, select the rectangle 70 here because I have a 70 grid size in pixels. And then when the tool actually loads, when it's done loading images, I would be able to paint a grid wherever I want. So you could choose to have the global grid, which covers the entire map in a grid, or I could just draw a grid either outside, because in these rooms we kind of already have a grid in this case, made up by these tiles, and but the grass doesn't have a grid, so I could, if I wanted to, paint a grid outside, or if I wanted to, I could paint a grid just inside, which gives you some control over the style that you want to use. I was going to, not character, it's campaign. Not fully used to these new categories yet. Then we can take an acolyte and throw it onto the combat tracker, and then take that acolyte, throw it onto the map, and also make them visible. Then we go into play mode, and now I can turn on line of sight, and now we can see that we have line of sight, just as you would expect, and I can open this concealed door and walk through it. And we have this regular door that is opaque until opened. Walk into this room and look out through the windows. I could also open if I wanted to. See if this is done loading yet. No. Okay, there we go. So now I can paint like this, and yeah, it hasn't actually loaded the texture yet. There we go. So now I get a grid where I painted, and I could just paint a grid where I want it. If I just want a grid in specific places where there might not be, there aren't tiles or something they can use to approximate a grid naturally, you can fill it in just to give the players something to reference. And then I can, of course, adjust the opacity and such. I could colorize it if I wanted to. And you could also, of course, have a round brush instead of a square one. Create a more rounded shape. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
I didn't even know that this was available until I started researching for the show. So that's cool that you guys reached out to us, and the powers to be at Dungeon Fog was really kind. They were the first ones to step up and say, "Yeah, we got this and that, and we're going to send our guy over there." So that was really helpful and nice of the sponsor to do that. I personally haven't used Dungeon Fog, but I know there are people in the community that has, and it seems pretty sweet. And I know that the experience, once you get used to using it, it's probably pretty painless.
Yeah, so I'm not a map maker by any stretch of the imagination, as you can probably tell. I'm a community moderator in the Dungeon Fog Discord. Other than that, I'm just a user, and I have to say that it's, like I said, it's fairly user friendly. There are some quirks, as there are with any program, that may take a little bit to figure out, such as, For example, one question we usually get is how you move a room, and we tell people that you take these circles around the corners and you can drag them. Usually they try to grab onto the walls themselves or to these wall nodes, but that moves that node instead of the entire room. But it's a pretty good way of making maps if you aren't used to making maps in something like Photoshop, because it's a very nice, simple way of placing rooms quickly and placing props. And you can tweak things. I can click this room and I can change the floor to some other texture in our library. And of course, if you have, there is a set of free assets that you can use so they are mainly there so you can try out Dungeon Fog before committing to a subscription. But if you decide that you like it, you should consider subscribing, which gets you access to thousands of assets made by in-house artists. And currently we're also working on, we have implemented a marketplace where third-party artists such as Forgotten Adventures, which was mentioned earlier in the stream, can put their assets up for sale, which is something that's been wanted for a long time.
It's pretty good. I really appreciate that. You said we're going to give out a few of these licenses, and we have the 10% discount. Get a year subscription. So, anything else that you want to add or say or let us know about?
I think that's pretty much it. We also have a Discord that, like I said, that I moderate, and we try our best to answer any questions and provide as much help as we can about issues or just general how to use Dungeon Fog in there. So if you have questions, either before buying or after, you can join the Discord, and we will try to help you as best we can.
Great. I know there's a few of us out there in the Fantasy Grounds Academy that use it. So if you're someone that's already using it and you didn't know about this tool, I mean, it is. It's cool.
Yeah. I have to say, the main reason I made it is because you can, of course, use Fantasy Grounds to make these wall definitions in Fantasy Grounds itself. But I've tried that, and it's not the greatest.
Yeah, the other thing is if you had like a bunch of maps that you wanted to export out, this would make it easier because it's going to put it out in a module format. You're not necessarily going to have to put it all in one map per module, and you can do a collection. So that would make it helpful for that.
Yeah.
Yep, that's cool. Any questions before our friend has to go? He's not feeling so great, so I'm sure you'd like to rest.
It's just my voice that's doing poorly, fortunately.
That's okay. All right. So our next guest will be Kris and Josh. Thanks, Forecaster, for coming on, and thank you, Dungeon Fog, for your donations and for stepping up right away and saying, "Yeah, we'll help you." It was great. Forecaster,
thanks for having us.
Yeah, I would like to see you come around once in a while in the Fantasy Grounds, or at least send someone over in the Fantasy Grounds Academy and kind of lurk. I'm sure there's some users out there, so they're probably already in your Discord. But we have people from time to time that want to know things about Dungeon Fog. And
yeah, I am in the channel now, the Fantasy Grounds Academy server now, so you can
our invites
ping me
in
there to ask me questions.
Cool. Our invites in the self-help area case. All right. I think that's it for that. Maybe since I have the screen, Kris, do you mind switching with Josh at all?
No, man, that's cool. Go for it.
Yeah, because I've already got the screen kind of set for the broadcast, so we'll get Josh up here. Josh, are you ready to go? Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. I can go
Okay,
whenever.
cool. All right. So next we're gonna go with Josh. So Josh, go ahead and I think you're already kind of going there. Yep. All right. So first of all, I wanted to ask you a couple of questions before we dig right into the Fantasy Grounds aspect. So first of all, what was your impetus into this art form?
In art in general?
Yeah, well, for maps and such, and that sort of thing.
Well, I've always been an artist. Before I got into doing this kind of stuff, I actually was a tattooer for 20-something years.
Wow.
Yeah. I actually, probably just like everybody else, I kind of fell into this. It's a funny story because when my daughter Isabella moved away, we started playing online RPGs together as a way of staying connected, and I was just drawing maps for it, and it just kind of progressed from there.
That's great.
Yeah, it's been great.
So, Josh, how long have you been with Smiteworks again? Like 3 years, maybe?
Yeah, well, this summer will be 3 years.
Okay.
So 2.5.
Okay.
Or I guess more than that. But yeah, close to 3 years now.
All right, that's great. So let's talk about some Fantasy Grounds here. So we have Josh here from Smiteworks. He's been creating a lot of the assets and the things that go into building in Fantasy Grounds. It is self-contained, and it is something that's been growing. So I reached out to Doug and asked him, if he could sponsor the event in any way, shape, or form. So what he has agreed to do is he's going to give or donate somebody a winner of a kind of a forever license. So if you already have a subscription, you may want to wait till it lapses, or I don't know, but he probably wants your user ID. But if you win the prize, there's no regifting or anything like that. But if you don't already have the subscription or something, definitely sign up for the prize because it's a forever license. So basically it doesn't expire. So you would just get it. And as long as they offer the subscription, you'll have the art for free. So it's a forever license for whoever wins this. So it's not just a $5 subscription. It's based off of the subscription of $5, but it's not going to expire. So you're not going to be charged or anything like that. So he's just going to need your user ID and probably your password, or not password, but your email. So anyways, to the tool.
To the tool, yeah. So I'm Josh. I'm the resident artist at Smiteworks. We make Fantasy Grounds. And you're right. I make most of all of the art packages that we produce, or all of the official art packages that we produce. I also do a lot of like the themes and so on and so forth. So today we're talking about maps. And I just want to say before I get started, it's so great to be among all of these great and talented people. I've been sitting here listening, and everyone has just done a great job, and it's really a pleasure to be here. So one of the things that I do is every Saturday I do a stream, and I do a lot of tutorials, demonstrate the usage of these art packages. A lot of people don't realize the robust nature of Fantasy Grounds in the map making area of things, and we have actually some of the most advanced tools that I've ever had to work with. Like everybody else, I always work in Photoshop if I'm making like actual individual assets. But I have found it to be so much easier now to work inside of Fantasy Grounds than Photoshop to actually make my maps with the assets themselves. I was going to show off a couple of the images that we put on the screens. And we'll talk about them. And if you have any questions, if you want to ask any questions as well, then speak right up.
We're kind of
We'll
losing. We're losing your voice a little bit, but that's okay. Yeah, Josh, we lost your voice, kind of. It's digitizing. Yep. Bandwidth or something's going on. Yeah, we can't hear you, Josh. You might have to reshare your screen. Something like that. Yeah, is might be your headset. Do you have a wireless headset? Someone could PM Josh or let him know that we can't hear him. Yeah, it does, Drake. It does sound like the headset. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, this is a pretty cool, been a pretty cool stream. Yeah, Josh, we can't hear you, buddy.
You can't hear me?
Now we can. There you go.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome back.
Thanks. I'm not sure what happened there, but I guess
we lost everything.
Everything went down for a minute. Well, I live in rural Maine, so my internet can be a little bit wonky at times. But yeah, so as one of the things that Fantasy Grounds really does exceptionally well is that it handles all of these image creation processes and can generate all of the line of sight from all of the walls that you paint out with just a click of a button. And a lot of people don't realize the depth by which that these things can kind of go into. Are we still there?
Yep.
Can you still hear me? Great. So let's just look at this. So this is a classic kind of map, and this is one that we made on a stream a while ago. And we'll start off with this. This is a dungeon. We have some walls here. And so if we go into, and I tend to name all of the different layers adequately, hopefully. Not always, but you can see here we have all of these walls, and we have a separate wall here for a secret door. And all I have to do is go into my line of sight, and I just have to push this button, and it will generate all of the line of sight for me. I don't need to.
Okay, we just lost your voice again. So it seems to be when you're moving the assets. Yeah, we lost you again, Josh. So I don't know if it's the computer or the network, but definitely wonking out on you. Yep, Josh, there. Yep. Cutting out, buddy. He's still going. Technology. What do you know? Okay. Looks like he's on autopilot. Yeah, he is kind of. You there, Josh? Hello? Oh no. Where's Josh? Yeah, he's definitely on autopilot. Josh, come back. Okay, Josh is having some difficulties, so I'll tell you what, Kris, why don't we get you on there and we'll get Josh back up in here, okay? How's that sound?
Oh, you think we'll have more luck with me?
Maybe. We'll see. Someone PM Josh and let him know. We'll let him come up next. We'll see what's going on with him. You don't mind? Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and blank that out for now. All right, Kris, here we are again, another Mapper's Delight 3. This has been a blessing in disguise to have you here helping me, and I know you've been up all day and all night, so we'll get you going through and showing us what you do and what you like. And so let's start with this image. So just a little history. I've known Kris for a while, and I'm trying to talk him into checking out Fantasy Grounds early on. Obviously, he's branched out, but he's definitely a very breakneck creator. He does a lot of content, puts out a lot of stuff, a lot of successful Kickstarters and such. So, Kris, tell us what's going on, man. Like, what's this map about?
Hey, so one of the criteria that you asked for was to possibly supply something that we'd done in the past. This is probably among the first maps I ever did, and it's a bit of a miracle that it actually still in existence. And when I read the criteria, I went through my art folder and I realized I still had it. And I think what I found surprising about this map is it actually kind of points in the direction I'm at now, where I've put a whole bunch of pieces together to make a full-size map, and that's actually what I do now with meanders. So looking back, this is actually quite an eye-opener in terms of maybe that's where the idea came from, that far back. If you look closely, you can actually see this is a really early drawing. Like I've got blue crayon for the ocean. Back then there was no internet. I lived in the middle of nowhere in a little tiny town in New Zealand. And if you made a mistake on the map, you pretty much stuck with it. So
Yeah, you eat it.
you look really closely, yeah, you had to eat it. But if you look really closely, I'm not sure you can on here, but you'll actually see where I went back and I realized I'd made a mistake, and I actually cut out a piece of paper and redrew the feature and then sort of sticky taped it on. Now this is probably the last map I drew, and one of the first. You know, I didn't start mapping again until 2015.
Wow, this has been a long time coming. What's amazing is back then you already kind of had an idea of landscapes. I mean, I can obviously see a little bit of the outback mixed in there, but I mean, you got elements of like Africa, savanna, and you got fantasy stuff. So you got a little bit of everything. So where did that all come from? I mean, did you do a lot of camping, or did you do a lot of reading, or I mean, it's amazing what you saw, what you envisioned way back then.
Yeah, I did a ton of reading later, and I think when I think about where these ideas come from, I think twofold. The Hobbit, which had that classic map at the front, and I think was probably one of my first introductions to the concept of a map. And Steve Jackson and Ian Livingstone's Fighting Fantasy book series, I think they were instrumental in actually allowing me to picture the world in this way with these terrains laid out like this. One of the maps that I'm sad I don't have, it was in 3 parts, is in the Fighting Fantasy books. I think the continent is called Alancia, and it's broken into 3 islands, but they're really, really small. Like these books were A5, you know, handheld, flippable. For anyone that doesn't know, there's like pick a path where, you know, you actually have some dice and you go through and you read the descriptions and you have skill and stamina. And you make dice rolls against the content of the book and you choose which way you're going to go and what you're going to do. And you can die. And they were just incredible concept that I it just opened up the world of fantasy for me, and I think probably integral into why I began mapping. But those three maps that I talked about, I actually had as many of the fighting fantasy books as I could find at garage sales. I used to scour them. They used to be pretty popular, and they were around everywhere, and they're very distinctive. You could spot them by their bright green spine, which I think was brilliant marketing. But I actually redrew those maps. I mapped all of the places that I'd been in the books, and it really was bringing the whole stories to life. And I think fighting fantasy is most definitely where it all began for me.
That's really cool. I know you mentioned GIMP, and we're using tools like that to bring these maps to life. So I'm going to switch the slide. So
Sure, man.
what are you doing now? Like I know you've changed a little bit of your process. We talked about it a little bit. So you're using GIMP, but what other tools do you got now?
Actually, I use GIMP for practically everything. There's nothing I have found that it can't do except for vector graphics, which I'm starting to learn Inkscape. But that hasn't really come to the fore yet, where it's important. I can make everything absolutely from scratch: tokens, maps, digital graphics, everything in GIMP. It's a very powerful program, free. I recommend anyone to download it. It's like Photoshop, but completely free. No subscription, nothing like that. It's an awesome program.
Do you have any plugin packs or anything to suggest? I know there's a bunch of them out there, but I wouldn't even know where to begin. I know it depends on what you're doing, but is there any go-tos?
Yeah, I think just type in like GIMP brushes. I think DeviantArt has a good selection. And in terms of plugins, um, I have a few filter ones. I can't remember the names of them right now, but there's a lot of content out there. It's just a matter of people making it and then keeping it up to date, because GIMP updates quite often, and so it gets out of date quite quickly. And you find sometimes that those creators are long gone, and the plugin doesn't work anymore. So it's kind of shifting ground,
Yep. So what is your process like, Kris? I mean, what do you do to come up with these ideas? Like, are you still capturing the game screens? Are you sketching? A little both? Do you reuse assets? I mean, there's all kinds of avenues you can go down, obviously.
I think it's fair to say it's just a torrent, man. It just pours out of me. Once I start getting into it, if I'm trying to make a new map, tentative footsteps, try things, experiment, see if it's going the way I want it to go. And then once I get a footing, they just pour out. Like, I can make 100 maps in a month if I want to. But the fact that I make so many now means I don't get to DM, and I very rarely get to use my Xbox or PlayStation anymore. So, but in another way, mapping is its own game. It's its own process, and it's very, very rewarding. Not just because you can see what's in your head coming to life, but also once you start mastering the tools you're using, what's in your head and what you put down on the screen, they start to match up more and more, and that's very pleasing. When you start, you're like, oh, how do I do this? And I've been using GIMP nonstop almost every day for 5 years, and I'm still discovering things about it. Right now, I'm making spaceships and space colonies, and these are things that I didn't think I would even need to make. I thought that was someone else's foray. I thought there was token makers and map makers and storytellers and DMs, and they all had their different fields. But turns out you can be a jack of all trades, and I just happen to be.
So the images that we have up here, the three maps, can you tell us a little bit about each one of these? So what about the one with the tentacles? What's that one?
Yeah, so that one was just actually me just having a lot of fun. I did a Lovecraftian Meanders set, and it was about 30 maps, and I was trying to capture the feeling of Lovecraft's Dunwich hamlet, or little town. He's a very vivid writer, and he uses incredible description. I mean, it's almost bordering on verbose, and sometimes you have to get a dictionary. But there's something about the way Lovecraft writes that really encapsulates something that no one else does. And for me, I consider myself a Lovecraft super fan, and this is what sleeps underneath Dunwich. It was a bonus map that I gave to my backers. Is kind of you've got all these settings and you're going to tell your story, but what happens when hell breaks loose? What happens when Cthulhu or Yog-Sothoth come up from the ground? And that's what I was trying to capture. So this is actually just octopus tentacles, enlarged, colored, and artfully displayed.
Yeah, I like the places where they're breaking out of the buildings. It's pretty believable. I get the feeling that those rocks and the parts of the buildings are coming down on me. So you definitely got the feel of that put out. So that's great. What about the one to the right, the one with the water? And I have to say your water is pretty damn good.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Water's hard to do, as every artist knows. This is, well, it was originally Gotham City, but I changed it. It's Gothic City now. And this is the Docks waterfront. One of the things I really like about mapping is the diversity. And Meanders is my huge modular digital battle map series, and one of the hallmarks of the maps is that they fit together, kind of like geomorphs used to, little dungeon tiles, but on a massive scale. So you can build whole cities in seconds. This one was sort of an experimental set where I was thinking about doing a superhero series, but I hadn't really figured out which way I wanted to go with that. But I'm also a super fan of Batman. I really love Batman. It's probably the only superhero that I actually enjoy the story of. I think it's because he has no powers. He's quite tormented. He's quite dark, and the villains are just spectacular. And this is part of part one, and I'm also currently working on part two, which will have a lot of the villains' lairs.
That's really cool. So on the bottom left, what is that all about? That's pretty new to me. I've only seen it once, so.
Yeah, this is pretty new to me too. So I had a backer come and talk to me about doing dimensional maps, a dimensional meanders series, drawing on Planescape and Dungeon and Dragon, elemental planes, astral plane, the outer, the chaos, the law, the lower planes, and he wanted to know if I could do some of those, because he really was looking hard for any, and he couldn't find any. There was some maps up on Reddit and things like that, but no one seems to have really given any concentrated effort toward making these dimensional maps a thing. And it's partly because the descriptions of them are crazy. Again, I used to read a lot of occult material, and when people talk about these fantastic things, it's almost like a dream language, and you have to really stretch your imagination. And I don't think I could have done these maps until now, so I'm giving them a go. And what you're looking at is, I think it's called Mechanus, which is a mechanical plane where there's these giant cogs floating in space, and they all interconnect. And in the top left-hand corner is one of my forest maps. And the blue glow and blur that you can see is what I'm calling a shimmer gate. So because the dimensional terrain is so extraordinarily different from anything else I've done, there's going to be some sort of challenge as to how you connect it to the other maps. It's going to clash greatly. Also, a lot of these dimensions, they're in a completely different scale. Like Mechanus is absolutely huge. One of those cogs is like, several tens of kilometers across. I'm Australian, so I use kilometers. So if you look closely, you'll see in the forest, I have the normal sized grid. So your characters are walking down the path. And then I have this thing I'm calling a shimmer gate, which is one of the ways I want to join the maps together. And the idea is that once you step through it, the perspective and the scope changes, and suddenly you're in this dimension where you're very, very small, or the cogs are very, very big. And so what I've actually done, and I haven't seen it done anywhere else, is I've tried to use two different kinds of grid on the same map. And that just comes down to trying to really use 2D space in a different way, because, trying to meld two worlds together, there's a lot of challenge in that, especially when the scope is so different. So this is one way I'm going to do it, and the other is I'm going to use all of these portal gates and pools of magic and hinges and things like that, traditional fantasy gateways that you would use to access a dimension. I'm still thinking about it, but yeah, that's what this is. This is one of those dimensions, and it's an experimental map at the moment. Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's great that you've come out of your space, and I think that it's been worth watching you grow. And Kris has definitely came out of kind of a private artistic style, and he's kind of come out a little bit more into the public, and it's been pretty wonderful to watch actually from the sidelines. So what are we looking at here, Kris?
So I'm an INFJ, if anyone knows what Myers-Briggs is, deeply introverted. So sharing time in my space with others, I can do it when there's a reason, but otherwise I tend to keep to myself.
Kris,
so we're looking at here.
Your audio's breaking up.
Okay, let's just try and clear that matter.